Happy Tuesday, boys. I hope it is a fine Tuesday. So, you know I'm just a fool for you. Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? Linger. Do you have to? Do you have to? Do you have to let it linger? Oh my god. Oh my god, the new emote. The new emote is amazing. I'm shoving food down my throat. Before we get started. Oh my god, Moo Dang Slay! Moo Dang Slay! She's perfect.
All right, been going through the paperwork.
Bomani Jones says, okay. Everyone tell me how you're doing while I finish up. How's the day? Anything? Anyone have exciting news to share at the class? Anyone have good news? Okay, some of you don't understand the meaning of good news. You got your driver's license. Okay. There we go. That's good. Lionheart, thank you for the 9 months. Captain Absurd, thank you for the 14. Smack Attack, thank you for the 6 months. Dial, thank you for the 6 months. Eric's, thank you for the 5 months. I'm getting a $5 raise. A raise is a raise. Back when I was working jobs where I was making like $10 an hour, a $5 raise, a 50% raise. Oh. My sister's disability application has been submitted after a few years of work. Oh my God. That must feel like a relief. I said hi to a friend I haven't seen in a while. Oh my God, it's like the conversation that we had when I did the I Changed My Mind segment. I was like, sometimes I get anxious talking to a friend I haven't talked to in a while. But then it's always great, you know? It's my birthday. Oh, happy birthday. That's good news. Another year around the sun. See, lots of good things in chat. My partner surprised me with 2 dozen roses just because. Ooh. Ooh. I think just because flowers are always nice. Eric's, thank you for the gifted. Pretend to care about. I was talking to Cutie today and I went, we haven't seen each other since the Olivia Rodrigo concert. I was like, what if that was the last time that we ever see each other? Our last memories. We're at the Olivia Rodrigo concert. I do love this song so much. Have known it was strange. We come out at night. She was sad last night that you and Sandwich hang out without her. No. Do not fall for any of it. Do not fall for her lies. Told me you were bad, bad news. Called them crazy too. Sorry, I'm not Jason the Ween. Fucked up little thrill. Yeah, I did get a new mic. This is a new mic. Some real big mistakes made the worst one look fine. I should have known it was strange. You only come out at night. I was smart, made me look so nice. Yeah, it's a new green bean bike. Kika Lika! Kika Lika, thank you for the 5. Okay, that's enough nourishment. I ate 2 green beans. Big mistakes. One look fine. I should have known. Whew. All right. All right, everyone. All right. A lot of, have you seen this? Have you heard of this? Just know, yes. Yes to everything. Yes. Yes to every single thing. I've heard it all. I've seen it all. Because I can't sleep. So I've been nonstop online. I've seen everything. I know all. I'm like Megamind, but for useless stuff. I have seen, you know what I realized? Like, Noam Chomsky doesn't know who Moo Dang is. You show Noam Chomsky something from online and he would not know what that is. And it's just a reminder. You underestimate him? I don't know. I was thinking about that 2011 documentary from the filmmaker who made like Ace Ventura. What's his name? Tom Shadyac. Yeah, Bruce Almighty, Ace Ventura. He did wrote and directed a bunch of big comedies in the 90s and early 2000s. And then he got in that car accident and decided that he was going to change his life and sold most of his material possessions, gave a lot of his wealth away, got rid of his mansion. And he embarked on like this quest across the country to show how we can improve the world that we live in. Anyway, so he interviewed like philosophers and political scientists and the great minds of the 21st century. And one of the people that he interviewed was Noam Chomsky. And he's like, have you seen any of my movies? He had never even heard of Ace Ventura. He didn't know anything. He didn't know. His community emailed Noam Chomsky and got a response. I don't this is what is, wait. And got him to, that doesn't mean that he knows internet things though. You know what I'm saying though? What I'm saying is the great minds of the last 100 years, the last century, they don't fill their brains with nonsense. Not that Mudang is nonsense. Let me be clear. I want to be very, very clear. I'm talking about other internet things where I'm like, why do I have all these things in my brain? Why are all these things in my brain? I need to declutter. I wish I could declutter my brain. Do you know what's stupid? Speaking of Mudang, who I love, I would die for Mudang. Let's be clear. Okay. Like Noam Chomsky should know who Mudang is. I think it would bring him great joy in the final days, years of his life. Who knows? Maybe Noam Chomsky lives for like another 20 years. Anyway, the internet is already doing the thing that the internet does when there are wholesome, cute moments happening that everybody is sharing and losing their minds over, like Mudang. The internet's like, ugh, enough of the cute, tiny hippo. Like, sorry, I don't want to make this my whole personality. What do you want? Do you just want more awful shit? Is that what you people want? You can't for 5 minutes appreciate something that is not horrible. And you're already like, ugh, can we move on, please? How do I keep Mudang? How do I keep the tiny baby hippo from being all over my timeline? You hate joy. You hate happiness. Admit it. Here's the other thing I was thinking last night. You know how hate posts do so well online? They just get a lot of engagement. And so there are people who purposefully do bait. They do hate posts. Just post Mudang. You will get 10 billion likes. Mudang content guaranteed to succeed. So if you want engagement, just post Mudang. You know what I'm saying? There's a genocide happening. We're talking about a hippo. No, it's not even that. I haven't even seen those posts. I saw a. Oh, what's her name? Hold on. Like, I'll show you guys an example. And this is someone that I normally respect. How can I see less of the cute little hippo? What do you want? Lolo ratioed the fuck out of Vanessa's post. What the fuck did you just say? The fuck did you say? And then of course, inevitably in the comments, people are like, yeah, I've just had enough. Like, I think it's cute, but I'm not making it my whole personality. Just say that you hate joy. Just say you don't like wholesome things. Like, what do you mean you want to see less of the cute baby hippo? What do you want to see then? What do you want? Yeah, I woke up today and said, fuck joy. Fuck anything that's wholesome. Isn't it better for people to be, like, you know, joyfully in agreement that Mudang is so cute and sparks happiness? Isn't that good? Yeah, not making it my personality. It's like, sorry, I like the cute tiny baby hippo. Sorry. You're so awesome. First time in stream. YouTube watcher. Welcome in Billy Bob Thornton, Angelina Jolie's ex-husband. Anyway, those are some of my thoughts. I'm not into the whole, you know what, something is nice and sweet. I'm going to be the contrarian. I'm going to be the one who says, get this out of my sight. Too much cuteness. This is the first time hearing about the hippo. Wow. Well, you gotta check out Moo Dang. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, I know we did Moo Dang stuff last night. We got a lot to talk about, but just for those who don't know Moo Dang. Moo Dang is a baby queen. Obsessed with the fact that in all these pics, Moo Dang was probably only going like 4 miles an hour. Oh, you know, now I really like picturing Noam Chomsky sitting there scrolling through photos of Moo Dang and being like, I really love this tiny baby hippo. Same. So relatable. Anyway, this is the this is the Moo Dang, who's just so cute. She's the best. She's always screaming. Photos are slightly blurry. She's always running. It's very relatable. Whoo-wee. Dragon Army, thank you for the gifted sub. Moo Dang will bring world peace. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if Moo Dang brought world peace, if this was like a Disney movie? What was the tagline? She loves to scream, run it. Yeah, she loves to scream. She's always screaming. She's always running, and photos of her are slightly blurry. Also, I was a little bit late to stream. Sorry, because I forgot Nico was coming over, even though he asked if he could come over to get Cutie's backpack. I was like, sure, I'll be here all day. And then totally forgot he was coming over. And then, of course, he comes over right when I get into the shower. I was taking my time. And then I was about to start stream, and the doorbell rang. I was like, ah! He goes, did you forget I was coming over? I said, yes, I did. Yeah, that's where my brain's at. An unexpected knock. I know. I even answered the door and gasped. I was like, I know. I love the Moo Dang Hot Ones pick. Get Moo Dang on Hot Ones. Sebastian Stan is playing Donald Trump. I know, it's interesting. It's interesting because he's not using the accent. He's, you know, Donald Trump in other ways, but I don't know if you guys know, but The Apprentice, a biopic of Donald Trump, is coming out. We can watch, the trailer.
Yes.
Hello, this is Donald Trump from Mr. Cohn. Thank you so much.
Donald who?
1, 2, 3, 4!
Roy Cohn, nice to meet you.
The Roy Cohn, you're brutal.
Guilty as charged.
How do you always win?
There's rules.
The first rule is attack, attack, attack.
It's going to be the finest building in the city, maybe the country, in the world.
Rule 2, admit nothing, deny everything.
There's never been anything like this, of this magnitude, this quality. Ooh, cheese balls over here.
What are you doing?
You want one?
No, it looks totally disgusting.
Cheese balls.
Rule 3, no matter what happens, you claim victory and never admit defeat. You have to be willing to do anything to anyone to win. You have a big ass. You got to work on that.
Your face looked like an orange.
Attack, attack, attack.
Deny everything.
Admit nothing.
Never admit defeat.
What if you lost your fortune today?
Well, then maybe I'll run for president. I don't know.
Like, I gotta be
I
honest.
say if you're indicted, you're invited.
I agree. I also think this makes him look too smooth. Like he comes across as like cool and smooth. You know, these guys are both great actors. But the truth is like Donald Trump has never been he's never been cool. He's never been cool, you know? I also does anybody want to see this? You know, especially like with everything that's going on in our current politics and everything Donald Trump is doing. Like I don't feel like this is something that I want to see. They're trying to fund the marketing campaign through Kickstarter. Yeah, and like who's going to pay for this besides Donald Trump fans, you know? Like release The Apprentice. Help us promote and defend the acclaimed Trump biopic that corporate America is scared to show you. Like what? Is this the language from the producers of the film? What do you mean corporate America is scared to show you this Trump biopic? The Oscar buzz is real for Sebastian Stan and Jeremy Strong's incredible performances in The Apprentice. Let me tell you the last thing that I want. The last fucking thing that I want for this year's Oscars season is for Sebastian Stan to be anywhere near the awards. Do we understand how that's like not something it's not good? You know what I mean? Now, Trump sued, of course. Trump sues everybody. I've heard from people in the industry it's being held up because it depicts Trump sexually assaulting his ex-wife, but who knows? Okay, I mean, it just doesn't give off that vibe at all from the trailer. So that's interesting. I don't know. I mean, maybe this is something that I do have to see before, you know, before I can make a decision. I mean, obviously here on the stream, I talk about things that I have watched. And it's one of those where I would rather watch this than have you guys waste your time and watch it. Okay. Like, do I think that who is directing? Ali Abbasi. Why do I recognize him? Okay, I saw Border. I saw Shelley. I actually like this guy's work. He's Iranian. Yeah. I was like, I'm familiar with this filmmaker. I don't think that they went into this at all attempting to glorify Donald Trump. I don't think that. I am just I guess I'm just kind of confused of the angle that they seem to have taken, at least what the trailer shows off. Billionaire Dan Snyder donated money to the production with the impression that the film would be a positive portrayal of Trump. Snyder is a close friend of Trump who donated $1.1 million to his inaugural committee and Trump Victory Committee in 2016 and $100,000 to his 2020 presidential campaign. After seeing a cut of the film in February, Snyder was said to be furious, and lawyers for the cinematic production company sought to oppose the release of the film. That is honestly, that's kind of funny though, that he got tricked into thinking this was going to be like a puff film on Donald Trump. This is going to make him look like some badass hero. So the film covers cosmetics. Thank you for the Prime and the 5 community subs. The Apprentice covers Trump's early years when he was mentored by political fixer Roy Cohn and his marriage to his first wife, Ivana. Snyder finally saw a cut of the film in February, was said to be furious. Cinematic's lawyers were enlisted to fight the release of The Apprentice, and the cease and desist letters began flying. Cinematic's president, Emmanuel Nunez, insists that the creative impasse between his company and the filmmakers didn't involve Snyder. All creative and business decisions involving The Apprentice have always been and continue to be solely made by Cinematics. Mark and I run our company without the involvement of any third parties. Sources familiar with the back and forth say Snyder took issue with multiple aspects of the film and weighed in on what should be changed. In earlier versions of the screenplay, The Apprentice features a scene where Trump rapes Ivana. One insider familiar with the scene that is in the current cut described it as violent and uncomfortable and follows a fight between the couple. In a 1989 divorce deposition, Ivana accused Trump of raping her, but Ivana, who died in 2022, later refuted those claims in 2015, saying, "The story is totally without merit." Oh, I mean the year before Donald Trump ran for president. "Donald and I are the best of friends and together have raised 3 children that we love and are very proud of." Yeah, everybody remember where Ivana is buried? And you remember her gravesite? Certainly reminiscent of this best friendship that she had with Donald. Heading into Cannes, there was intense interest from potential buyers for the film, which is seeking U.S. distribution ahead of the election in November. The filmmakers have intentionally eschewed any press wanting the movie to speak for itself. After all, they've endured a long haul to the finish line. In fact, it took 7 years for The Apprentice to make it to the big screen. One financier dropped out after the events of January 6th when Trump supporters stormed the Capitol following his defeat in the 2020 presidential election. Another opted not to get involved after Ivana Trump's death. I think the trailers cut to lure you in. Hogs who like American Psycho only for the film to go the opposite direction. Despite its title, The Apprentice doesn't chronicle Trump's years as the star of the hit NBC reality show that catapulted him into the Oval Office. The logline provided to press calls the film a story about the origins of a system featuring larger-than-life characters and set in a world of power and ambition. It adds, the film delves into profound exploration of the ascent of an American dynasty. It meticulously charts the genesis of a zero-sum culture, one that accentuates the dichotomy between winners and losers, the dynamics between the mighty and the vulnerable, and the intricate psychology of persona. It's unclear if Snyder, who's a fixture at the festival where he socializes with other billionaires on his yacht, plans to attend tonight's premiere alongside this cinematics team. I don't know if it's kinematics or I don't care. He's no stranger to controversy. For years, he ignored calls to... Yeah, no, this guy sucks. Trump has not yet weighed in on The Apprentice. He did not respond to a request for comment from Variety. One insider says it would be like a gift. If he does, a press tsunami would ensue, putting the small indie film directly in the national conversation during an election year in which Trump is back on the ballot. One thing is for certain, the post-premiere celebrations for The Apprentice will be decidedly awkward. Real talk, after seeing the way Ivana got treated, it's insane that Melania and allegedly Laura Loomer would chase Trump. She got on his bad. I mean, he's been a monster to every single one of his wives. He is a monster to women. Women like Melania and Laura Loomer. I'm sorry, the Laura Loomer of it all. The Laura Loomer of it all. But women like them, they are choosing the power. They are choosing, and Laura Loomer is a fucking psychopath. She's a monster too. You know what? They deserve each other. They're honestly perfect for each other. They are perfect for each other. Are they releasing it it's being released this year. It's coming out before the election. Ivana detailed the event and said he ripped her hair out as revenge for her making a comment about bad hair procedure he had. Yeah, he was horribly abusive to her. Donald Trump movie The Apprentice ignites controversy in Cannes over rape scene. In the controversial scene, Ivana playfully presents a book to her husband about the merits of a female orgasm, but the interaction between the two turns dark quickly as an uninterested Trump tells his wife that he's no longer attracted to her. They argue, and then Trump throws her to the ground as he angrily thrusts himself into her, and icy Trump sneers, "Is that your G-spot? Did I find it?" Jesus Christ. Heading into tonight's premiere, insiders insisted that the scene was consensual but uncomfortable. But reactions within the play said otherwise. One woman in her 20s called the scene, which unfolds in the couple's home after an argument, gross, and referred to it as rape after the credits rolled. Another female attendee agreed, calling it a disturbing sexual assault. The film depicts Trump's rise from an insecure real estate wannabe in the 70s to a self-professed killer and winner in the mid-80s. Yeah, well, okay. I mean, it sounds like I said, I didn't assume that the filmmakers went into this with the intention. The filmmaker went into this with the intention of casting Trump in a good light. I think the trailer gives it a vibe that makes it feel like I don't know. It makes it feel one of those fast-paced, kind of flashy Wall Street type movies. In a likely bid to avoid litigation, the Trump origin story opens with a disclaimer that it's based on true events, but some of the characters' names were changed. Still, it's an extraordinary turn of events for a film to depict a former president sexually assaulting his wife. I mean, I agree with this. And it's also something that's like not talked about that much because Trump has done so many horrible things, including inciting an insurrection, that this event where he sexually assaulted Ivana has been lost in the ocean of horrible things that Donald Trump has done throughout the course of his life. The director's other big movie is Holy Spider, which is about a serial killer. Yeah, no, I think he's great. I actually really like this director. One source familiar with the script permutations told Variety that the scene was even more overt in earlier drafts, while a second insider says the scene's inclusion was debated for its necessity to the storyline. The rape scene isn't the only one that Trump may find objectionable. The 2024 presidential candidate also is depicted popping amphetamine pills, getting liposuction, and having surgery to remove his bald spot. He got a BBL, you guys. Though Cohn molded him from a nobody into a mogul, Trump does not show loyalty to his mentor when he's dying of AIDS. The notorious germaphobe had his house fumigated by staff after Cohn leaves in one scene. That was always the funny thing about COVID, about Trump's handling of COVID, is that Trump is notoriously a germaphobe. And so him having to act as if the pandemic was nothing, he's like, whatever. I think the trailer's there to lure in young Trump supporters, also miss the point of films like American Psycho and Wolf of Wall Street. These dudes are awesome. But one insider says audiences may find The Apprentice to be an oddly humanizing portrait of a man. Okay, see, this is what I'm worried about. This is what I'm worried about, where, look, the way storytelling works is that to be an effectively written villain, there's also an element of that, like, their humanity. It's it's an understanding why they do what they do, which can lead to the effect of sometimes empathizing. I always mix up emphasize and empathize. Empathizing. And so I think that was what my instinct was. So I do feel like I will have to watch this so that I can give you guys my take. The film, which is being sold by CAWME and Rocket Science, enters the film without distribution. It remains to be seen if buyers have the stomach to take on a project that will certainly be a lightning rod heading into the home stretch of the election. Doesn't seem to have any Oscar chances. I don't think so. I think the Oscar buzz is real, is a way to try to get money for the marketing campaign. I don't think that's like a, oh my God, Oscar buzz about The Apprentice. But of course they're like, it's a biopic. It's somebody who liberals hate. Donald Trump. This is perfect. And that's my other thing too, is I hope that that's not clear with the film, right? Because we know all the time that filmmakers and actors are involved in productions that are just clearly Oscar bait. That it's like, oh, you did this with the intention of trying to win some fucking awards. I mean, that's a lot of biopics in the first place. Actors will frequently take on roles in biopics because it ups their chances at Oscar Gold. Club Chalamet is already prepping the Timmy campaign for Bob Dylan. Oh, duh. Bradley Cooper crying right now. Yeah. 'Cause Okay. Well. Well, 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 well. Well, 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 well. Let's watch the Mickey 17 trailer since we're on trailers. We got a new Bong Ho. Let's talk about a film that I am actually excited for.
Hi, Mickey. Are you experiencing any vertigo?
I guess I am feeling a little dizzy.
Oh, wow! Did you see that?
I wouldn't be surprised if you're thinking at this point,
Like, would you even recognize Robert Pattinson's voice?
what have I done?
How lucky can one guy be?
Nothing was working out, and I wanted to get off of Earth.
You're applying to be an expendable?
Yeah.
You read through the whole application.
Ain't that a kick in the head?
I should have read through it.
Once you die, we'll print a new version of your body.
My head keeps
They made me work my
He's an
ass
actor,
off
you
on
guys.
one mission after another.
He's an
Every
actor.
time you die, we learn something new, and humanity moves forward.
Oh, wait. He's alive. It's fine.
my life is gonna be beautiful.
Mickey! It's not looking very good for you.
Yeah, no. I'm sure you're used to it by now, but what's it feel like to die? Even on my 17th go-around, I hate dying. Why aren't you dead?
Multiples.
Shining up to spread.
In the case of multiples,
It's just like,
we exterminate every individual.
tell me quick.
Let's blow up these secondhand baloney boys.
Why don't you guys do rock, paper, scissors, and then we'll just shoot the loser.
Tell me quick. For another kick. Tell me quick. Another kick in the head.
Insane cast.
I don't like you, but I'm you. I'm not you. I'm gonna kill you.
Tell me quick. Another kick.
This is so exciting. Hell yeah. It has a very Fallout vibe. This is Bong Joon-ho's first film since Parasite. Since 2019's Parasite. So it's been 5 years. A lot of delays with the film. 2025 is a few months away. Yeah, aware of that. Gives the same vibes as Edge of Tomorrow. I don't think I've seen Edge of Tomorrow. I joined midway, thought it was Fallout. Yeah, it's got that same like dark comedy satirical feel. Da 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 da. Was the music also reminded me of Fallout? Was the same song in Fallout? I mean, I know they use like 50s, a lot of 50s music in Fallout because of it, starting in the 50s and then the apocalypse. It is. Okay. That I think also contributed to it feeling like quite of a similar vibe to Fallout. Somebody asked if this has won I think somebody asked something about Palme d'Or. Something about Palme d'Or. So no, because it hasn't happened yet. Like, this is being released in January. And I don't think... Did this... Let's see. Where did... It hasn't premiered anywhere. No, I didn't think so. So any awards considerations for this would be next year. It's an interesting release date. I think, yeah, I think they wanted to also avoid Dune. I think so. Which is why, rather than putting this in like December, they decided to wait until the start of 2025. Okay. Alrighty. Let's start off with our news. So we're going to talk about, I almost said Bill Cosby. We're going to talk about P. Diddy updates. We covered it yesterday. But P. Diddy was denied bail, so we'll take a look at that. We're going to look at, of course, the HEZBOLLAH pagers exploding story, which is insane. Talk about film production being on the decline, and I think those are the main things that I have. Maybe this is an anti-film head take, but I hate trailers, at least ones like this where he shows the entire movie. Some people really hate trailers. I don't think that trailer showed the whole movie. I do agree that there are trailers that seem to show you the whole movie. I think more so I've been turned off of trailers because of how it they really affect your expectations of the film, and oftentimes I'm left feeling disappointed by a film that I was really hyped for because of the trailers. I like teasers too. I'm the same. This is crazy, dude. If there's one thing Ashley's gonna do, it's gonna be finding old tweets. Thank you, Diddy, for hosting this town hall last night. There's a lot of stake for our communities right now, and it's critical we bring to the forefront how coronavirus is perpetuating racial. I mean, here's the thing, you guys. Here's the thing. Diddy has been awarded. He got the fucking key to the city. He was given the key to New York City. BET gave him a Lifetime Achievement Award. Howard University gave him an honorary degree. Like, he has been in the in these elite circles where he has been rewarded and treated as an icon. One sec, I'm gonna turn the air down. Oh, Joel, thank you so much for the 10. Thank you, Joel, for the 10 community subs right when I got up. Okay. Let's watch the Diddy updates.
To which Kid Cudi then gave us.
Hey, I'm Hallie, and tonight we are learning in just the last few minutes that a federal judge is now refusing to grant Sean Diddy Combs bail. Instead, He's going straight to jail tonight after Diddy pleaded not guilty to charges of sex trafficking and racketeering. Want to show you some of these brand new court sketches coming into us, like literally in the last 90 seconds. This is Combs in court after
Diddy entered a plea and offered $50 million for bail. Remember, Diddy is a billionaire. He offered $50 million for bail and was denied.
Prosecutors arrested him at a hotel in Manhattan. It's where he's apparently been living for weeks, according to what a person familiar with the move tells NBC News. All of it a tipping point now in that sprawling federal investigation into the superstar's alleged years of sex crimes dating back to 2009. As we're just getting in some new and deeply disturbing details about the allegations against him and what looks like a massive criminal operation, allegedly, at least.
By the way, it's 16 years of allegations, but it's decades of rumors about Diddy. So the 16 years is how far back the allegations against him go. But it's been a lot longer that there has been, that there have been endless rumors about Diddy's abuse.
50 victims and witnesses so far. And at the center of it, these hours and days-long sex acts known as, in their words, freak-offs that Combs supposedly orchestrated.
Can I tell you, when I was watching the news today, on Diddy, every time I had to listen to either someone in the media or the prosecutor or whoever talk about the freak-offs, I'm like, I cannot listen to these people use the phrase freak off.
To abuse his victims.
Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them.
Prosecutors say Combs punched and kicked his victims to try to keep them under control. He'd also, they say, filled them up with drugs like ketamine and ecstasy for long periods of times, even using incriminating records to try to manipulate his victims. Prosecutors say they discovered this wide range of evidence against Combs in several raids. They found things, they say, like AR-15s, narcotics, more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricants. We should note here that an attorney for Combs says that he, I'm quoting here, will fight this with all of his energy. His team is already planning to appeal the bail ruling, meaning they will be back in court tomorrow, as Combs has, as we mentioned, pleaded not guilty. We've got team coverage. Laura Jarrett standing by with the legal analysis piece of it. But I want to start outside court with Julia Ainsley, because, Julia, this went fairly late into the day. I know you've been at the courthouse as judge, as we've just learned, is denying this request for bail. Explain why that is and what else we've learned today.
Yeah, that's right. We were in there for about 2 hours as the Justice Department from the Southern District of New York laid out their case, very similar to what you saw in the indictment, saying why he should not be released because they say that he is a flight risk.
Someone asked Hassan if he knew any rumors. He said he didn't know. My response was, that's a Caroline Kwan question. What I will tell you is that it's the same for Bill. It's the same for Harvey. It's the same for all of these fucking powerful men, where it was just something that everyone seemed to know. They're like, oh yeah, this person is a monster. A monster. But what can you do?
To leave the country, and also that he has a history of obstructing justice. They also pointed to how serious these crimes were, that with previous allegations of sex trafficking like R. Kelly and Jeffrey Epstein, the judges also denied bail in that case. But his defense laid out a very lengthy rebuttal to all of that. We heard them say that this is different from Jeffrey Epstein and R. Kelly because there are no minors being alleged in the indictment.
It's okay then, you guys. It's all good. It's all good. There's no minors who are involved in these allegations, so it's fine.
Here. They also say that these acts were consensual, and they point to victim number one, who's named over and over again, who they say is someone within a 10-year relationship with Combs that was toxic but consensual. They said that this person actually tried to sell this same story as book rights to Combs to try to get it out of the media's eye, but instead, when he refused, then this civil lawsuit came up. But the judge ultimately said that he could not be be released because he is a danger. He has a history of substance abuse and anger issues. And she really drilled down on the fact that after those civil allegations came out last November, he talked to multiple.
And I'm just going to state this. Even though, yeah, no fucking shit. You can be in a relationship with someone and be sexually abused. Hello. We have an entire category of sex crimes that is called domestic violence. But that's the thing, is that there are genuinely people who are like, well, no, they were in a relationship together. Well, what? How could he rape someone that he's dating?
Women who he knew during that period and who he apparently tried to change their narrative so they wouldn't go forward.
Can't rape someone that you're married to, that you're in a relationship with.
Being witnesses to some of these acts that were alleged in the civil complaint and then were again put in the indictment today. And so she said in order to keep that from happening and really to end sex trafficking, since that can happen behind closed doors, it was best to keep him detained without bond.
Julia, it is, I think for a lot of folks, they will find this stunning considering that Diddy, right, Sean Combs, has been previously one of the most successful music superstars in the world. Just a year ago, he was handed a key to New York City. Now here we are, after months of this being out in the public, these allegations being made public, his denials. He's potentially facing 15 years to life in prison. What does the timeline look like here?
Well, we understand that tomorrow they'll try to appeal the judge's decision. His defense will do that tomorrow at 3:30. They'll meet again next week for a conference, and then perhaps we'll be looking at a trial early next year. But, Hallie, I have to say, what you said there was also striking. I mean, I watched him today sitting there very humbly in court in a black T-shirt, nodding along.
Yeah, marital rape did not become a crime in all 50 states until July 5th, 1993. I had already been born at that point. Like, that's how not that long ago marital rape was not considered a crime federally.
With his defense, otherwise just looking very stoic, straight ahead at the judge. It's hard to imagine this is the same man, but the timeline is also staggering. It's one thing to think, oh, that was something that happened a long time ago, but the prosecution today said that these acts, what they're calling sex trafficking and coercion, all continued up until this year, Hallie, and started as far back as 2009. So this was not a brief window.
Julia Ainsley live for us there outside court in New York. Can you just give a sense really quickly, Julia, before I let you go? Is it just a scene there? I mean, I have to imagine, given who Sean Combs is, it is just a crush of cameras, a crush of people.
It is. It's been really crowded today, and there have been people who've been driving by, sometimes screaming, "Free Diddy." Someone else stood up earlier and said Tupac would be ashamed of Diddy. It's been a lot of people, a lot of public interest here.
Free Diddy.
I will say the court wasn't as crowded as I thought, but still nearly full, and also full of his friends and family who came out.
Thanks for watching. Stay up.
I'm so curious for people who say things like "Free Diddy." What is your red line? What is your, oh yeah, no, this person's a really bad person? Is there anything?
Breaking news now. The indictment against Sean Diddy Combs has just been unsealed. Combs is being charged with racketeering conspiracy, alleging he ran an enterprise that he engaged in sex trafficking, forced labor, or kidnapping, arson, and other crimes. He's also charged with sex trafficking by force. I want to bring in ABC's Phil Lippoff, ABC News contributor and SiriusXM radio host Mike Muse, and ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer for more. Phil, give us the details on this indictment.
So we're just looking through it right now. You hit the highlights, but right off the bat, you know, they go through all of his all of the names that, because they have to do that in an indictment. They have to name all the names he's ever gone by. And then they talk about he relied on his employees and resources to influence the multifaceted business and what he would do. They allege that there were, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping. They allege arson, bribery, obstruction of justice. They go on to talk about how he would abuse women. They talk about kicking and punching and dragging and forcing them to have, they talked about highly coordinated sexual acts with male prostitutes. I mean, this is extensive. This seems to be everything that we have heard about in allegations. I haven't been through the entire thing yet. We're all looking through it, but so far, what I can tell, just in the first couple of pages.
Yeah, the question is, what didn't Diddy do? What did Diddy not do? This was Ellen's bestie, by the way. You know, Ellen really has the worst besties. George Bush and Diddy.
Is most of the things they are alleging in this indictment we have heard about.
And Phil, I'm going to give you a chance to go through. I know I put you on the spot there, literally as we got that indictment now. Brian, walk me through legally. We've heard Diddy deny these charges, these accusations really throughout. Now they're officially charges. His attorney also before the indictment said that he's an imperfect person, but that he's not a criminal, again denying this. So what do you make of the fact that we're now seeing in black and white what the government is trying to charge him with?
Yes, Diana, it makes it a lot more interesting as to how to dissect this case.
So imagine trying to watch Get Him to the Greek. You can't. Jonah Hill, Russell Brand, and Sean Combs in Get Him to... Sorry, that movie is forever. You can't watch it anymore. You can't. Isn't that crazy when you go back and you'll watch a movie from 15, 20 years ago and you're like, oh, every single main cast member is the biggest piece of shit. I tried to sign up for Caroline's meet and greet, but it was full. Oh, Sag. Well, I'll be around. So come up and we can do an impromptu meet and greet. What was I going to say? Oh, I think like one really disturbing part of the indictment, the entire thing is disturbing, but what they would do is they would pump drugs into Diddy's victims. So his associates, his employees, they were all a part of doing this. And they would then force them to have IV fluids to recover from the drug use and the sexual assault because of how fucking intense it was. And they would just repeat it again. So they would have them take an insane amount of drugs and then just hours and hours of sexual abuse, and then give them IV fluids so that their bodies could recover more quickly. And then they also taped this shit. That is how evil Diddy is, and how he never thought to himself, oh, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't tape evidence of my crimes. No, they taped the parties, and then he used that footage to blackmail his victims. So not only was he not like, this footage could come back to bring criminal charges against me. No, he used it to do additional crimes like blackmail. Insomniac, thank you for the prime. Sounds like the actions of someone doing racketeering. So he is being brought up on charges of racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. Those are the charges in the indictment. Did they find any footage? I'm sure they did. I mean, they took a lot out of his properties in Beverly Hills and in Florida. Like we obviously have not seen footage outside of the hotel footage of him physically abusing Cassie, but they certainly have footage of these of these parties that Diddy, committed all these crimes at.
We have 3 charges. We have a racketeering charge, or what we often hear as RICO. The second count being, as Phil articulated, what we all thought might be there, the sex trafficking through force, fraud, or coercion, and then, of course, the transportation of prostitution. Now, those are the first initial charges.
Watch Chapel at Bonnaroo, so
could
fun.
be more coming down the line, depending on how this investigation goes, but this is what we know so far. When it comes to these charges, we're looking at life in prison as a maximum for at least the second count and potentially the first as well. But also when it comes to RICO, how they're describing this enterprise as its way of promoting, enhancing, and protecting the brand, and that sex and sex trafficking was a part of it. We're going to see all the ugly and gruesome parts of Bad Boy Entertainment that surround this alleged abuse in a way that I don't think many of us were prepared for.
Ryan, can you talk about the degree to these charges? Because any kind of sexual abuse or sexual assault is bad enough, but it sounds like what they're describing is something that was really premeditated and coordinated.
Yeah, so when you're talking about RICO, you're talking about a criminal enterprise, and criminal enterprises can be anything. Oftentimes we associate RICO with like the mafia or things of that nature, money and violence. This seems to be more in line to, if you want to draw a comparison, to that of R. Kelly, where there was an organization within the music industry that kind of was part and parcel. They interacted with each other in a way that you couldn't see where the music started and the alleged abuse ended. That it's almost the trafficking and transporting of women for the pleasure, for increasing the brand, for potentially even, hey, we want to get a new artist, so you know what, we're going to traffic this girl that he might be interested in a way of attracting and keeping this artist in a way to grow the brand and make money off of it. They are alleging that it is so intertwined that it's almost business as usual to do this trafficking and transporting, and at least that's what I'm reading from the initial allegations in this indictment.
We think of Diddy, we think of the music, but his influence goes far beyond that. How significant is it to have charges of this magnitude against someone who is this powerful?
It's huge. And just kind of give context to what Phil and what Brian is talking about. Diane, is in the conversation that we were just having a few moments ago. What I'm looking at from this unsealed indictment, of course, we need to learn a little bit more, is it seems like Cassie was such a big part of this indictment. A lot of these indictments comes from the lawsuit and allegations that Cassie was actually discussing. In particular, you think about arson. I know people are probably wondering, where is the arson coming from? In Cassie's lawsuit, she alleged that Diddy threatened to blow up a current rapper Kid Cudi's car, to which Kid Cudi's car did blow up in an explosion, to which Kid Cudi then gave a statement and said that he can confirm that actually happened. I'm thinking that's where the reference of the arson comes from. I'm also thinking about the male prostitutes. Cassie alleges that during that time, Diddy would force her to look on the internet to solicit male prostitutes in order to engage in sexual activities. I'm assuming that is where the male prostitute dynamic is coming from. In terms of kidnapping, Cassie also has alleged in her lawsuit the forceful nature to which Sean Combs would remove her from events, from social settings, from gatherings, and keep her in essentially in housing in order to perform these activities. When it comes to the idea of the enterprise...
Yeah, also, if you look back on old clips and footage from when they were together, it is pretty damn clear that he's in control of her. Like, she's not her own person. He was the master of her. To say you're going to blow up someone's car and then the car blows up, that's pretty sus. Yeah. Like, oh, we're all looking for the guy who did this.
To kind of translate that to what Brian Buckmeyer just said so eloquently, culturally,
I thought the peak season talk was tomorrow. It is.
Diddy was the kind of person where if you were in the music industry...
William! We're doing this tomorrow. God damn it! Okay. Are you still good? Are you still good? Are you good for tomorrow? Because I would feel really bad to move this again. Okay. Okay, good. Okay. This... You do realize, too, that it's 7:24. Do you think that I would have just totally blown off Henry? Look, I know it seemed like I did that for our sponsor, okay, but I did not. Yes! Or you're good. Okay. I thought you were saying that you thought I would have blown off Henry. I mean, golf with friends. Yeah. Okay, why are you typing in all caps? Is your caps lock broken? This is you now? Is it because you've lifted so many weights at Camp Canute? I'm a Facebook mom. You, when I think of Facebook moms, I do think of Will. Yeah, your finger's too thick because you fucking broke it. I hope you've been icing. Oh my God. Okay, here's two things that stress me out. When people type in all caps, if you do it once, it's fine. But like people who constantly type in all caps, it stresses me out. And then people who use more than one question mark. And this is something my sister does. So when she texts me a question, she'll use multiple question marks. I'm like, do you understand that the multiple question marks makes it more stressful than it should be when you're like, where did you get that shirt? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Yeah, see, I should never say these things because this is how chat will respond. I'm not talking about like you can't do all caps in chat, but you know how there are some chatters who only speak in capital letters. Every single message they send, even when there is no cause for the capital, there's no need for the emphasis that capital letters make, you know? Anyway, this is how I talk all the time. Hello. Yeah, girl, where did you get those headphones? Like a million question marks. I just go, ha, 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 ha. Anyway, all right. So that's a good reminder for tomorrow, even though I already reminded you guys. We are doing a peak season Q&A and conversation with our friend Henry, who was one of the two directors of peak season. So we'll be watching clips from the movie and talking to Henry, and then you guys can ask questions. And that is happening tomorrow. It's not happening today. Okay, back to the piece of shit that is Puff Daddy, Sean Combs. Also, fun fact, Sean Combs has the nickname Puff Daddy because he says he was a big huffer and puffer because of his anger problems, because he has a very bad temper. And so that was where he got the nickname of Puff Daddy. Because this man has a violent temper.
You want it to be around. If you were trying to make your mark as an A&R executive, if you were trying to make your mark in the marketing, if you were trying to make your mark in order to hang out with him, to go to his home in the white parties in the Hamptons, that's how much of a pull Diddy had. I cannot underscore how Diddy had this concept and this idea of the Midas touch. And Diane, being a part of the music industry, being around Diddy, being around those events, being at his home in the Hamptons, being at his home in Miami, I had firsthand accounts, not of these allegations, I didn't see any of that, but how desperate people were to be in his orbit. I can't underscore that enough. You think about the 40th birthday party that he had that I went to at Cipriani's. I mean, people, they had Mariah Carey, you had, I remember the royal family was invited. I can't remember if they attended or not, right? But you had those type of individuals wanting to be there, coming. You think about Diddy runs the city with marathons. This is a type of influence and pull that he had. And so when I think about the racketeering and the enterprise dynamic, it's just about people who wanted to be near him and who was willing to do anything for Diddy to give them affirmation and recognition.
And Phil, as you're going through that indictment, what is that anything? What sticks out to you?
Well, I mean, Mike laid it out. I just want to touch on one thing that you didn't, and this is the violence toward women. In this one section, it says, on multiple occasions from 2009 on, Combs...
This is going to show my age, but do you remember how he forced J.Lo to hold his gun back in the 90s after shooting? Yeah, when they fled a club. Yes. My cousin told me many years ago that she went to Miami on holiday. Diddy happened to be at a club she was in, and security told her she could only hang out with them if she slept with him. I am sure there are hundreds, if not thousands, of stories like that.
Assaulted women, among other things, striking, punching, dragging, throwing objects, and kicking them. These assaults at times were witnessed, and then they go into the 2016 video that we saw of Cassie. So you're right, a lot of this stems from Cassie's allegations, but you see, I mean, they've got it laid out there.
And then, Phil, to what you just mentioned, too, in terms of the physical violence, not only is Cassie a part of this, but also, too, the recent lawsuit that we saw from former Danny Kane group member Dawn Richard. Dawn Richard also says she witnessed these violent acts, too, as well.
All right, Phil, Mike, Brian, thank you.
What are the servants going to do?
Do you think anyone at the FBI watched the Jay Aubrey video as a case primer? Yeah, big Jay Aubrey fans over in the FBI. Don't forget that in addition to being a violent predator, he's likely a murderer as well, maybe not being charged, but like, yeah, that's why I said, what has Diddy not done? You know? When it comes to the crimes he's committed. Jail. Yeah. Yeah. So I think people obviously know what a huge deal this is, but it's just a reminder that P. Diddy is one of the most powerful people in Hollywood and at the tippy top of the music industry. This man is a billionaire. He is a mogul. He has a vast empire. He has been he has been extremely powerful for decades and has used that power to make or break people's careers. He has used that power to influence the people around him. He has used that power to commit a bevy of crimes. Yeah. So if you'll notice, there's quite a few celebrities who are remaining silent on Diddy. Celebrities who, Diddy was the guy. Like, everybody fucking hung around Diddy. So many celebrities were at Diddy's parties, and there's been a lot of crickets. Only thing I agree with Neo on, no one man should have all that power. Wait, when did Neo say that? Was that a Neo lyric? Everyone and their mother was around Diddy. Well, all right, here's a 60 Minutes Australia piece on Diddy from... Will he actually go to jail, though? And if so, how long? I mean, I do not think things look good for Diddy. They denied him bail. I think the fact that they denied him bail is a sure signal that he's going down. He's going down. Like, they have a ton of evidence against him, and that's why they finally indicted him. celebs are going down after him too. I don't know. I think what's more likely is his business associates, his employees. Yeah. How did no other celeb know? Well, they did. Here's a way to gauge on, did his celebrity friends know? You, as a regular person who has no ties to Hollywood, knew rumors of Diddy being an abusive piece of shit. Just keep that in mind, okay? When you, as a normal, everyday person who has, like, is nothing to do with, you know, you have no connection to the people who are at the center of major sex crimes, then imagine what people who are closer and closer and closer to the center know. It's like exactly the same thing with Harvey Weinstein and the casting couches, stuff like that. When it has trickled down that far to everyday normal people, just imagine the more you know when you get closer and closer and closer and closer into the inner circles. All the time. And this is not towards her comments, but one thing that bothers me is when people will comment on a situation like P. Diddy's and go, like, that's not how real men act. Like, you see that all the time, where it's when all these allegations come out about a man, and like when the hotel footage was released, there was a lot of that real men don't hit women. Like, that's not how a real man acts. And you're like, what are we talking about? Takes all responsibility away from men. What is a real man versus a fake man? Like, these are all real men. These are all men. But it's what it does. It's the same thing as not all men, right? It's the same thing as, well, those guys are bad, but this is not indicative of the society that we live in. Yes, it is. It absolutely is. Here's the other thing with that, okay? Because I know some people are saying it's like, oh, well, no, that's for men to be better and not abuse women. Well, what about all the men who enable and allow abusive behavior because it is endemic to our society? Like, do we see how this language of real men don't abuse women is not the correct framing for the for the reality of how society treats women so violently, of how this is normalized, and abuse of women is something that has existed forever. And so the whole, well, those guys are bad because they are, because they're hitting women, but that's just those guys. And the rest of us are, the good men. We're the real men. fucking PTSD have never been violent towards a woman. Is this about you? Individual chatter. Do you not see how every time we have this conversation that you are part of the problem when you're like, well, what about me? Well, how come we can't talk about how me as an individual have never abused a woman? Okay, great. Do you think you deserve a pat on the back for that? Genuinely. Do you think that individual men who have never abused a woman deserve props for that? Why do you think that you need to make sure that it is known that you, an individual man, has never abused a woman? And so therefore, me talking about something that is endemic to society, violence against women, permeates every part of our world. That we got to make sure that we talk about you, an individual man. And I'm sorry you have PTSD. I am sorry you have PTSD, but this has nothing to do with the conversation. You are making this problem in society, in the world, about you as an individual. So I hope you can recognize why every time we have this conversation, and I point out the fact that you shouldn't use like real men versus not real men, because it denotes that men who are abusers are not part of everyday society, and that, you know, even more men who enable and allow abuse do not permeate every part of society. Oh boy. Oh boy. It shouldn't be about being a real man versus a fake man. Whatever the fuck the opposite of a real man would be. It should be about being a human being. It should be that you behave a certain way because you're a human being and you treat other human beings with dignity. That every human being should be treated with fairness. Do we get that? And that if you are somebody, if you are a man, or like a cop who you're like, well, I've never done police brutality, so this is not fair to condemn the system of policing when I, an individual, have never shot an unarmed black man. Like you don't get a pat on the back, first of all, and it does not change the fact that this is a systemic problem and it is endemic to our society. Okay. No shit, Sherlock. Why are you saying no shit, Sherlock, to me? You think I don't know that violence against women is a problem? You don't have the fucking right to say no shit, Sherlock, to me when you're out here like, hey, excuse me, I've never abused women. Where's my fucking cookie? Where's my cookie? Why is this not about me? Why is this not about me being one of the good ones? You don't fucking know shit, Sherlock me. Got it? To know because they aren't a man in other ways too, but they're unfortunately just like all other men, then they are also abusive, which not all men do. Yeah, and I think something to keep in mind when we are covering a case like P. Diddy's mountain of sex abuse crimes, that this is a huge story, because P. Diddy is one of the most powerful people in the music industry, in the entertainment industry at large. But but this is just one. This is one man, and yes, he's done every fucking crime under the sun, and it's also just not one man because of all of the people around him who were complicit and who did his bidding and who were a part of this. But I think what happens is that people look at this and they go, oh, well, yeah, this is really bad. Like, they recognize that P. Diddy is a monster. This is really bad. But they don't see this as a symptom of our society. And it's the same thing with like a Harvey Weinstein, where you go, oh, well, Harvey Weinstein was bad. Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know what's going on in Hollywood. It's just that when it's Hollywood, when we're dealing with public figures, when we're dealing with famous people, it gets a ton of attention because they are in the public eye, because they are notable figures, because they, like, they're famous. But what doesn't get attention are the many, 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 many daily instances of violence and abuse against women that's being done by the not P. Diddy's. That's not, this gigantic Homeland investigation. But you're right, it exists in a vacuum to people, yes, where they can understand that this one example is objectively bad, that this man is objectively a monster who did a lot of terrible things, but they don't see how that connects to the endemic that is violence against women. Sorry, the epidemic that is violence against women. A lot of toxic and sexist behaviors are so normalized that those good men unintentionally engage in them. So when someone powerful is held accountable, it shocks our normal system that causes a panic among those who very likely do engage in abusive behaviors. Well, what it is too is like, this is the bar, okay? The bar is P. Diddy. And if you're not P. Diddy, then you're not a problem. Like this is exactly what happened with Harvey Weinstein, and Harvey gets used all the time. Anytime now there has been allegations in the years following Harvey Weinstein's conviction, it's always held up in comparison to Harvey Weinstein, where it's like, oh, well, it's not Harvey Weinstein, so is it really a problem? Right, I'm not a Nazi, I'm not Hitler. Like a chatter said, it's like saying Israel will change if we could just get rid of Bibi. Yeah, there's a lot of parallels that people in chat are drawing to illustrate my point here. Like, I think a good example of this, and we haven't covered this case yet, and we're not going to cover it right now because we're doing Diddy, but the gigantic rape case in France. I don't know if you guys have seen that story, but that is a woman who was raped by her husband and hundreds of strange men who her husband offered his wife, who he would drug every night, offered him up. That was in a small town. The number of men who participated in the drugging and raping of this man's wife in a small town in France. That's not somebody who's famous. This isn't like something that happened in New York City. One of them was her neighbor. Yes. Yeah. They were not all strangers. Exactly. Yeah. And these are men who, yes, firefighters, public servants. That's the point I'm making. So what do you mean by like real men? Do you think that there's a way that like men who don't abuse are wearing capes and they're glowing? That like you can easily identify the good men from the bad men? That they are not a part, that they are not in every part of society, that they're, politicians, music moguls, firefighters, teachers, your neighbor. This is a societal problem. Yeah, I wear a pin that says good hombre. I'm one of the good ones. Yeah. Yeah, make sure you guys, if you're one of the good ones, that you're wearing a pin that says, hey, I'm one of the good guys. Hey, don't worry, I'm not going to rape you. I always think of that John Mulaney joke. The John Mulaney joke in the subway where it's late at night and it's just him and this young woman and she's walking ahead of him and he notices her looking back and he thinks, oh, she must hear the train. So she starts walking faster. And so then I start walking faster because I think, oh, she must know that the train is coming. It's almost here. So I pick up the pace too. And she keeps looking back and she keeps going faster. And so then I go faster and then she's running and then I'm running and then I've got her cornered. And he's like, I'm not going to rape you. Wait, you think I'm a rapist? Oh, because I'm a man. Oh, right, because you're a woman and it's late at night and I'm a man. But I'm not a rapist. And what he's pointing out in that joke, he's pointing out a lot of things. But yeah, the ridiculousness would be like, excuse me, I don't rape women. Oh, look, yeah, I'm a man, but I don't rape women. It's insane. Okay, good. Anyway, people who get it understand that when we talk about systemic problems, that you don't have to be like, well, wait a second. Not all of insert whatever it is that we're talking about. Not all men. Yeah, we know not every single man is an abuser. Not every single man is a rapist, okay? Yeah. Is that what you would like us to say? You just need us to recognize that every single time. Because you want to make sure that people know you are not a rapist. You should just say that. I think that'll do well. Like when you go sit down for a date, be like, hey, by the way, I'm not a rapist. Hey, I don't rape. When you pass a woman on the street who maybe gives you, is a little nervous, maybe just be like, I'm not going to rape you. I know that's what you were thinking, but that's not me. Great. That will go over. Children are the most abused demographic in America, and parents are the most common abuser of the child. The mother is the most common perpetrator of abuse. Looks like mothers are the problem. Wow. Sounds like you're somebody who goes around being like, I'm not a rapist. And also, mothers are the #1 abusers of children. Women are the problem. Women are the problem. You know what? This is the last thing I'm going to say to this chatter, because they seem to think of themselves as some great scholar. But since you seem to be so interested in stats, why don't you look up child sex abuse stats? Okay? Why don't you look up that? Why don't you go do a little research on the overwhelming perpetrators of child sexual abuse, since you're really into thinking that you seem to know everything. So, bye. Go. You've got some homework, baby. Oh. Well, that was a fun topic of conversation. So fun. Just the best. After Don Richards' lawsuit was publicized after his arrest, his legal team decided to take the manipulate public opinion through TikTok strat. On Tuesday, the singer Don Richard filed a new lawsuit against Combs, accusing him of threatening and groping her. Mr. Combs' representatives responded with a somewhat traditional statement that called the lawsuit a series of false claims, brought in the hopes of trying to get a payday. Then Tony Garagos hit TikTok. All right, here we go again. Diddy sued by a former bandmate. I'm his lawyer, and here's why you should care. Ugh. Teeny Garagos. Employing a popular format in which a creator, man, we live in hell. We live in hell when the defense lawyer of a serial rapist and sex trafficker is using a popular TikTok format to be like, guess what, guys? Hey, TikTok. Teeny Garagos sounds like a Pokemon. Miss Garagos walked viewers through several examples of Miss Richard, who performed with the groups Danity Kane and Diddy, Dirty Money, expressing support for Mr. Combs. She pointed literally to friendly text messages. Oh, wow. Wow, you got us. You got her. Friendly text messages between the plaintiff and defendant in 2020 discussing a possible future collaboration, and played a clip from a video interview in which Miss Richards spoke positively about her time working with Mr. Combs. One of the mogul's sons, Justin Combs, shared the video to his Instagram. Here's what I'm just going to say. Here's what I'm going to say. When you are a criminal defense lawyer to somebody like Diddy, you deserve nothing but pain and suffering in your life. Okay? That's not the same thing as being something like a public defender, where you are representing people who don't have the means to afford a lawyer. And maybe the person that you're defending did do something terrible, but that is their right to defense. When you are a snazzy, high-priced criminal defense attorney like Teeny, and especially, it's especially painful when the attorneys are women. And this is why we always say, I do not support all women. Some of you bitches are the worst. Scum of the earth. And of course, having a female attorney in a case like this is for optics. Abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely. Having a woman defending, a P. Diddy type, absolutely is optics. Doesn't Diddy have a right, or is it because his attorney? No, that's not what I was saying. Everyone has the right to legal defense. What I'm saying is this attorney doesn't have to take this case. She is taking this case because she's getting paid a shit ton of money. This is having no morals, and this is just greed. We'll never forget Lisa Bloom doing all that work with sexual assault victims just to advise Weinstein. Right, exactly. At the end of the day, money. Money over morals. Money over all. We want to be able to respond to allegations where people are forming opinions, Ms. Garagos said in an interview, noting that she's in her 30s and has grown up around social media. Oh, and especially her being a millennial woman. A millennial, you piece of shit. I see where all this misinformation spreads. I see it happening on people's phones and in short 1-minute clips. Oh, you mean like exactly what you're doing. In a statement, Lisa Bloom, a lawyer for Miss Richard, speaking of Lisa Bloom, sharply criticized the video, saying that it's common for women to continue working with abusers for some period of time. Lisa! Lisa! Whose side are you on? Like, yes, you're correct there. You're correct there. But Lisa, what have you been doing? Why can you not be morally consistent? You're tearing me apart, Lisa. You're tearing me apart. The floating head TikTok criminal defense lawyer may not understand that this is not a legal defense in a civil case. Particularly talkative defense lawyers in high-profile cases will sometimes post comments on social media or speak with the journalist. Yeah. I think it's one thing to be a lawyer on YouTube or TikTok giving your thoughts on a case that you're not involved with. And it's another thing to be P. Diddy's lawyer making a TikTok to be like, here's the thing. What's up, TikTok? Let's talk about how this woman is a liar. A TikTok video by a lawyer in a format typically used for movie reviews or dissections of celebrity gossip, that is highly unusual. Yeah, because it is unbelievably craven. And is like clearly being used to try and sway the court of public opinion. It's gross. It's really gross. Feel like that should not be allowed. All right, Diddy just got hit with a $100 million default judgment yesterday to a guy who's currently sitting in jail, said Miss Garagos, whose father is the high-profile defense lawyer Mark Garagos. Then she added, let me break down 2 reasons why this is absolutely not going to hold. Speaking in front of a backdrop of court filings and the plaintiff's online inmate profile, Miss Garagos explained Miss Cardello Smith's criminal history. Not the most credible guy. Okay, whatever. Anyway, we get the point here. Fuck this. Fuck this.
Work of the indictment of Diddy. And I want to start by making sure that everybody understands this is a grave situation that implies that someone who's really, really famous and a part of a lot of our lives has been, in fact, an awful and terrible person. That is a very clear implication from this paperwork. And I want to make sure that everybody understands that we understand the gravity of what is being accused, because it can be very easy to lose sight of that sort of thing once you start talking about thousands of bottles of baby oil. We'll get to that in a minute. All right, I just got back from the dentist, found out that Sean Combs had been indicted I decided to go through the paperwork. I am not a lawyer, okay? But I know when it looked like somebody going to jail. I don't think you have to go to law school to feel like that. And this sort of federal paperwork make you feel like he's going to go to jail. But just to be clear, not because of like what's actually in the paperwork. The paperwork is incredibly vague. It only really gets detailed in two particular parts. Part number one is the very beginning where it says the United States of America v. Sean Combs. And they ran through every name the man ever used. Sean Combs, a.k.a. Puff Daddy, a.k.a. P. Diddy, a.k.a. Diddy, a.k.a. PD, a.k.a. Love. I would just like to note here that I do not remember the PD era. That is number one. And number two, shockingly, for those of us who are old enough to remember when he was Puffy, Puffy did not make this. And it appears Puffy did not make this, I guess because he stopped calling himself Puffy way before the allegations in the paperwork. And basically what they are saying is that up until 2008, there was this dude that by and large was like a record company executive. And in 2008, he turned into Mr. Handman from Enter the Dragon. I don't know if you guys have ever seen Enter the Dragon, but it is a movie about a man named Mr. Han.
Why does one man have so many nicknames?
Who only had one hand, who brought a bunch of people in to fight in a kung fu tournament. I don't know which kind of kung fu. I think you got to do whatever kung fu you knew best. But anyway, he had a kung fu tournament on the island, but it became clear once he got on the island, he was doing a lot of stuff like running dope, selling dope, and he had a whole bunch of women that he was keeping there, and he kept them high so they couldn't go nowhere, and they would just be there to entertain the people that came into the island with Mr. Han, which, no exaggerating, sounds a lot like what they're talking about in this lawsuit. It's a whole lot. He got a bunch of dope and he was using this to keep people compliant and everything else. And he had a whole team of people that was around him that was keeping it on the hush hush, So basically, he is what if Mr. Han had two hands. There was one other thing that they were detailed about. And I think this is interesting. And I talked to a lawyer friend of mine who made it clear to me that generally with this kind of paperwork, the feds keep it vague intentionally, because I'm reading it and I'm like, okay, a lot of this sounds like the reports that we got from the Cassie lawsuit, right? So it didn't necessarily seem to be that new. There wasn't much of that. It just seemed to be a lot of kind of sort of general stuff. But one thing they were very, very particular about is that there were 3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers found at one residence. And between the other residences, there were, and I'm not exaggerating here, 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. And you got to understand something, man. This is the United States of America. 3 AR-15s, I don't care what you did to the serial number. That ain't even going to rate. You could go shoot up a school with those 3 AR-15s and nobody in this country is going to give a fuck about that, right? We all agree there. But 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant, and we all shot up in our chairs.
Dude, he's exactly right. And this is what I always say about Armie Hammer. It's not the sexual assault it's not the sexual assault allegations that caused Armie Hammer's career to fucking nosedive and will never recover. Unfortunately, it's not the sexual assault allegations. It was the cannibal shit. That is what caused everybody to sit up and go, Armie Hammer's a cannibal? Right. It's the sensationalizing of that. It's like the salacious gossip. It's the it's like the jokes and the memes galore from Armie Hammer is a cannibal. Yeah, and it's exactly what he's talking about here.
Forward. All of this is to say, the United States government wants to make sure you know this man is nasty. The words freak-offs, I don't have a PDF in a searchable format where I could count how many times the phrase freak-offs was used, but they love throwing the word freak-off in this paperwork. And what I found most shocking about the guns and also lots of drugs, there were lots of drugs that were kept at these places, is that Puffy seemed to keep all the supplies at his house. And so when his lawyer gives the quote that his client is an imperfect man, and by the way, it is a terrible sign when your lawyer starts by saying, look, I know he ain't, I know, but, right, that's not a great sign. But he said that he is an imperfect man, but he is not a criminal. And I think that's because that lawyer at his level is accustomed to good criminals, because apparently Mr. Combs is not a very smart criminal. There's nothing illegal about keeping a bunch of baby oil and lubricant at your house, I suppose. Thousands of bottles. I guess, you know what? Maybe I'm tripping. That's only a crime if you are the king of the freak off, which apparently he seems to be based on the paperwork. They seem to be making an argument here that what Puffy was doing, sorry, not Puffy, that's not who's listed in the paperwork. The argument business had an interest in protecting his reputation, and so all this money and everything else was thrown around to protect the reputation, and that thereby turns this all into racketeering. Like I'm willing to bet that we're gonna find out that he had actually been putting this stuff on the company card for all the business he's doing. I'm not sure.
You know what? You want to know what that's indicative of? That is indicative of Diddy never thought that he would face repercussions for his actions. That's what happens. People always ask, like, well, why did they keep doing it? Or why weren't they more careful? That is what happens when you don't worry about consequences, because you don't face consequences. So yeah, he was a bad criminal because he never thought, oh, hey, maybe I should be more hush-hush about this. It's the Drake argument. Yes. When he was like, if I were a pedophile, I'd be in jail. And like, yeah, wow, really? That's your argument for not being a pedophile? Sir? Sir? We know that that's not how it goes.
But I'm going to be honest with you, and you can be honest with me. Until today, September 17th, 2024, I did not know what racketeering meant. I did not know what it meant to racketeer. I could not look at somebody and say, hey, that is a racketeer. I could not tell you how one racketeers. I did not know. I just knew that if they said that you were engaged in racketeering, you was out here doing the most. And I got to be honest, what PD appears to be charged with doing here is the most. For those of you who were wondering, we're going to go ahead and put it on the screen, what racketeering means. I am using the definition from www.law.cornell.edu, which says racketeering is a set of illegal activities aimed at commercial profit that may be disguised as legitimate business deals, which is to say, again, they not even treating him like he was a record producer or any of these things after 2008. He ran Freak Off LLC and pretended to run a business. Which I have to say, if you look at the output of his record companies and the likes over recent time, I don't know if that's wrong. The NFL is back, which means you can turn $10 into $1,000.
Oh, goodness. All right. That's all I can. That is all that I can give to the P. Diddy situation. And yeah, gambling ad. You know, I'm going to start doing gambling ads. How about that? I'm going to throw all my morals out the window. I'm just going to do it all. Okay. Next story that we're going to cover, which is surely also going to be very fun. So fun. We're going to talk about the cyber terrorist attack that happened and why it's a big fucking deal and why it is a scary look into a future where this happens more frequently. Yeah.
So we're
going to talk about the exploding pagers.
Focus on
in Lebanon. Yeah, it's pretty fucking scary. Like, I know not everybody is tuned in all the time to geopolitics, and I know that I'm sure this is, I've covered Israel and Palestine a lot, and I don't blame people who are like, oh, I'm gonna back out. Like, it's not that I don't care. I just wanna. This is something that I think everyone needs to be aware happened. They need to know what happened because of the implications and because of how there is really no getting around now. There's no getting around that Israel can commit any act of terror and the United States is not going to do a fucking thing about it. By the definition of a terror attack, that's exactly what this is. Over 4,000 injured. Last I had checked, there were 12 casualties, which included an 8-year-old child. And, this being a sophisticated instance of cyber terrorism. This is major in the tech space, major implications across the globe. Yeah, it is. And so not just for what this means going forward in, the way that, the way that terror attacks are carried out, but also what this means for the, the broader regional war that has been growing, and how there is nothing there. It feels like there is nothing that Israel can do that will draw any fucking action from the United States. Anything. 9 days, literally days after the 9/11 anniversary. Yes, and I know that if you're paying attention to this story, you've probably seen this framed a million times. Imagine if what happened in Lebanon were to have happened in Israel, or were to have happened in the United States. Israel would be calling it another 10/7. The United States would be calling it another 9/11. So when the script is flipped, we are able to recognize something as a terror attack.
So straight to that breaking news coverage of the attacks in Lebanon, where more than 1,000 people have been injured after hundreds of personal communication devices exploded simultaneously.
Yes, and to be clear, when talking about injuries, we're not talking about like, oh, I got a little burn, or I have a minor scrape. We're talking about limbs being blown off. We're talking about permanent disfigurement. We're talking about injuries that are so bad that they will turn into deaths.
Simultaneously across the country.
And we're talking about injuries against civilians. We're talking about injuries against civilians that include children, doctors, nurses, like people.
Most of the pagers were being carried by members of Hezbollah.
This was at a grocery store. That is at a grocery store. A grocery store. This was an indiscriminate attack. There is no other way around it. When you do something like plant explosives in pagers and then set them to go off, but there's no guaranteeing who will be possessing the pager and where they will be when the pager goes off, then that is an indiscriminate attack.
At this supermarket, a man is
That's a
picking fruit
child
and
right
vegetables
there.
when his device explodes.
That's a child.
Fellow shoppers run from the scene and appear to hold their ears in pain from the loud explosion. As security camera footage shows another man's device exploding in his pocket at a shop checkout. 2 staff members are hit by debris and run away.
Stolen election, brother. You're not going to find any. You're not going to find any opposition in here. Stop the steal.
Away from the counter. Hezbollah has called it one of the biggest security breaches since the group was formed. Emergency department witnesses have been warning others to get rid of their pagers.
Yeah, you know who frequently uses pagers? Doctors. Doctors and nurses. When my dad was still working in the hospital up until he retired a couple years ago, he still had a pager. Even in the United States, healthcare workers use pagers because of their reliability. And so if you're in an area with bad cell reception, if there's a natural disaster that has knocked out the cell phone towers, like there's a an assurance of having communication with a pager. So I know that a lot of Americans who are aware of this story are like, pagers? Well, what the, who even uses pagers? Well, they're more commonly used in a place like Lebanon than they are in the US, but healthcare professionals around the world use pagers. And also they had just switched out. I was reading about how they had switched out at the American hospital in Beirut. They just recently switched out their pagers.
The pager devices that we have been using, all of them are exploding in the guys. We have more than 40 injured. All are going to the hospital.
We don't have room anymore in the hospitals. There's more than 400 men here. Their pagers exploded, the ones they use for communication. These are big assassinations.
And Marwan Bishara, Al Jazeera's senior political analyst. Marwan, you're joining us from Paris. I know you've been listening to everything that was said. Can you pull all of these threads together? This is still a very new story and development just over the last 2 hours. 2,750 people injured. What do you make of all of this?
Let's start with your persistent question this past hour, Cyril, about the logic behind an attack of this nature that presumably killed only so far a few people.
Yeah, RE, how did the pagers explode? According to American and other officials briefed on the operation, Israel carried out its operation against Hezbollah on Tuesday by hiding explosive material within a new batch of Taiwanese-made pagers imported into Lebanon. The pagers, which Hezbollah had ordered from Gold Apollo in Taiwan, had been tampered with before they reached Lebanon, according to some of the officials. Most were the company's AR-924 model, though 3 other Gold Apollo models were also included in the shipment. The explosive material, as little as 1 to 2 ounces, was implanted next to the battery in each pager. A switch was also embedded that could be triggered remotely to detonate the explosives. At 3:30 p.m. in Lebanon, the pagers received a message that appeared as though it was coming from Hezbollah's leadership. Instead, the message activated the explosives. Lebanon's health minister told state media at least 11 people were killed and more than 2,700 injured. I think that number is higher. I mean, there's differing reports, but regardless, that is an insane amount of injuries. Hezbollah, or the devices were programmed to beep for several seconds before exploding. Why do you think they were programmed to beep for several seconds before exploding? What do you think the purpose is in that? If you have a pager and you hear it beeping, what are you going to do with it? You're going to take it out and hold it near your face. Yes, you're going to look at it. Yeah. Yep. And again, Israel did not have a guarantee that these pagers were going to the targets, which were Hezbollah militants. There was no way they could have known exactly where these pagers had ended up and where the possessors of the pagers were when they set them to go off. And you saw the video footage of a hospital. You saw the video footage of a grocery store where these explosions went off.
I think the intention, the logic, and the strategy behind such attack is not how many casualties, although we don't know yet how many casualties we will end up with after the final tally comes in. The main objective of such an attack is terror.
Yes.
And for our viewers around the world, it's probably helpful to do some...
He's exactly right. The main objective of the attack is terror. There's not some great military strategy to having the pagers explode. There's not, like, this didn't advance Israel's military operations. It is a show of, this is what we can fucking do, and watch us get away with it. That's also what it is, okay? It's two things. It's look at what we can do, and look at us get away with it. In this Washington Post piece, the journalist was talking to... the journalist was talking to a State Department official and Pentagon official working on Middle East issues. And what they said was, we have let Israel face zero consequences for crossing all of our red lines in Gaza. So they are emboldened and know that they will face no consequences for going into Lebanon, despite us saying don't go there. This was a piece from June 27th. This is not in the aftermath of what Israel did today. This is months ago. This is a few months ago, where a State Department official totally understands what is happening here, where they're like, yeah, the U.S. is not doing shit, and Israel knows it. Israel fucking knows it. And so they are going to keep pushing and pushing and pushing, knowing full well that the U.S. isn't going to do anything, and that they can likely drag them into their regional war here. Paparoni, thank you for the 12 months. It's comparable to landmines on a minefield, which when placed without marking and recording them for later removal is considered a war crime under... Yes. I have a video that we can watch. This
Focus
might have
on the
more
man in
blurred
the checked
out.
shirt. In a moment, he's on the...
Sorry, I think there's too much unblurred footage of the aftermath of the pagers exploding, and it's a horrific reminder that when we talk about injuries, when we talk about like 3,000 injured, we're not talking about a couple scratches on your hand.
The floor, wounded in the midriff. A pager in his bag or on his belt has exploded. CCTV from another shop shows a man check his pager before it too blows up at his side. Scenes like this playing out hundreds of times across Lebanon within the space of an hour. A targeted, coordinated...
I wish you used Chatterino on stream. I still have never figured out how to put Chatterino on my stream.
...technical attack.
I have it,
These
but it's
pagers exploded while people were on the road, going about their daily lives, basically, in supermarkets and hospitals, driving their cars, getting their kids from school. So it's a huge blow.
Hezbollah had reportedly switched communications from cell phones to pagers to bypass Israeli infiltration attempts.
I mean, having
the Reuters news
Chatterino
agency,
on, like, my
citing security sources, reported
OBS.
the targeted pagers had been supplied just in the last 3 months. The scale of the assault evident at hospitals around the country. Appeals made for blood donors to come forward. Nearly 3,000 people reported injured, including Hezbollah fighters and medics, and according to Iranian media, Iran's ambassador to Lebanon.
Israel is clearly pushing the boundaries and seeing how far it can get away with. The message to Israel so far has been from the international community writ large, has been you can get away with a lot. 41,000 people dead in Gaza, and the war continues.
Israel hasn't confirmed or denied responsibility, but few are genuinely asking whether Israel did it. The more salient question, why now? Why unveil the extent of its penetration of Hezbollah's communications network?
It also feels like a warning from Israel. Anything that you do, we will one-up you. Like, oh, you thought that you were crafty in your intelligence operations? You have nothing on us. We intercepted your pagers and added explosives to them.
One theory, preparation for a large-scale conventional attack. For days, rumours have swirled that Israel was on the verge of escalating its months-long conflict with Hezbollah. Last night, its security cabinet made the return of more than 60,000 evacuated civilians to their homes in Israel's north an official war goal. The Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, is also reported to be ready to replace his Defence Minister, Yoav Gallant, with someone less cautious about expanding the war.
This is how bad Bibi is. Because Yoav Gallant, make no mistake, has always been dedicated to the Israeli project. He has always been dedicated to preserving Israel as an ethno-state. But because he is not like Benjamin Netanyahu, where he is galloping full speed into war with the entire fucking region, Bibi's like, gotta get him out of here. Gotta get him out of here. Yoav Gallant is not sympathetic to Palestinian people. Like, that is how insanely fascist Benjamin Netanyahu is.
Even Gallant, though, was yesterday resisting US pressure to de-escalate. Some Israeli analysis points to what Israel said was a preemptive attack on Hezbollah missile launch sites last month as having reassured Netanyahu about the likely cost in Israeli civilian lives of an escalation. Another theory that the pager attacks were a reprisal. Israel's internal security agency today said it had thwarted a Hezbollah plan to assassinate a former senior Israeli security official. This evening, Hezbollah put out a statement on its TV station blaming Israel for the attacks and saying it would receive fair punishment in turn.
Well, joining me now from Beirut is the author and journalist Kim Ghattas. Kim, it's great to have you back on the program. Just describe to us, if you can, the
Yeah, so obviously the self-defense argument we know is bullshit, but just like think about that too. Think about Israeli civilians, okay? How does it make Israeli civilians safe when Israel commits a terror attack like they did today, where they blow up 500 pagers and cause the death and maiming and destruction that they caused? And then Hezbollah, of course, saying, we are going to respond to this. We will be responding to this. How does that make Israeli civilians safe? And how is that Israel defending themselves? And what will happen then? What will happen if Hezbollah responds? Then, of course, Israel will respond and argue, well, we're self-defending. It's the same argument over and over again. When Israel commits an offensive attack, and an attack that has nothing to do with securing their, securing their borders, securing their civilians.
Panic, the feeling in Beirut at 3:30 this afternoon.
No, and of course, they don't care. They don't care about Israeli civilians. Right.
Pages exploded one after another.
I'm afraid the connection is a bit unstable, so I missed the question. But I think you're asking me about the mood in Beirut this afternoon, which was just one of chaos and absolute mayhem from 3:30 onwards for the last few hours. You could just imagine that these pagers were going off across the country, mostly in Beirut, but also in the south and in the Bekaa, and actually also in Syria. And these small explosions going off in grocery shops next to you, on a moped, somebody, driving next to you, just going off everywhere. And then the wailing of sirens throughout the afternoon, hospitals overwhelmed everywhere. It was absolute chaos and mayhem and fear, because people didn't instantly understand what was going on. It was one explosion and then another, and then it was generalized across the country. People were afraid if they were carrying a pager or a phone that it might happen to them, because as targeted as this was.
Yeah,
and
I don't know if they're saying both sides seem barbaric in regards to Israel Palestine or Israel Lebanon, but I think let's look, they're saying I'm not educated on what's going on. My apologies. So please, you guys, we know the difference. We know the difference when someone is like, hey, I don't really know what's going on, but this is what I know because of what what their perception is from things they're seeing on Twitter or news or what they were raised understanding about people from the Middle East. So there's a difference between someone like that and then someone who comes in who's just like, yeah, fuck yeah, Israel forever, die Palestine, die anybody in the Middle East. No, there's a difference there, and it's important to like not just automatically pile on a chatter who is explicitly stating that they don't know, that they're not aware of things, and this is just what they think to be true. Okay. So yeah, it's a perfect representation. Every time that happens, y'all, every time that happens, it's a perfect representation of how deep propaganda is instilled in us. And so they recognize from probably just tuning in for a couple seconds here and seeing the terror attack that Israel committed, they're like, wait, that's horrible. But if they are, if they're a Westerner, you hear you hear Lebanon, you hear Palestine, we're talking about the Middle East. And so your your belief is that, oh, well, they're terror groups. They hate Americans because they hate freedom. They are Muslim, and so they're barbaric, and so they are, whatever. And that's like, you can recognize that when someone says, well, I don't know what's going on, but this is just what I think. This is, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So it's good. It's good to have space for learning. Baby Matcha Latte, thank you for the 10 community subs. Thank you, Baby Matcha Latte. If you assume someone is irredeemable, very few people are. You're going to make them seem to be hardened in that. Right, because if you're like, fuck off, then they might go somewhere where someone's like, hey, welcome, come here. Let me tell you that everyone in the Middle East is a terrorist. That all these groups that have been designated terror organizations by state, by like the United States and other countries in the West, are, you should take completely at face value everything that the West has to say about all the ongoings in the Middle East, and pay no attention to the West's culpability in a lot of the existing regional problems.
We assume it was an Israeli targeted operation.
Yeah, and when it comes to Hezbollah, important to understand that Hezbollah is a political party in Lebanon. They have a paramilitary wing that is separate from the actual political wing. And a lot of those who were targeted were non-paramilitary. They were civilians who are part of the political party of Hezbollah, them and their family members. But again, people who are cheering on the terror attack today, they don't give a shit They're just like, oh no, everyone is fair game. Everyone in Lebanon is fair game. Everyone in Palestine is fair game.
Against Hezbollah operatives, you could be standing next
They're
to...
not innocent. Okay, so let me ask you a question. What would happen if the roles were reversed here? So let's say that the Hezbollah militants put pagers with explosives into Israeli society, and the intention was that reservists or current IDF soldiers would be in possession of those pagers, but no guarantee. And either way, they're hanging out around civilians. They're around their family members. Those pagers explode. Do you think that that is morally justified? Do you think that if you reverse the roles, if you reverse the situation, that then it would be a terror attack? Because I will tell you with everything I know, I will bet every dollar in my bank account that the entire West would be screaming, crying, throwing up about that being another 10/7, about that being another terror attack committed against Israel. Every time this happens, and people go, oh, they're not innocent. Oh, well, that's what happens. Oh, it's war. You reverse the situation and the response is not the same. Of course not.
Somebody, it's not perfect technology.
Yeah, they killed an 8-year-old girl. They killed an 8-year-old girl, but that's justified. Deserved. That is your lot in life if you are Arab. If you are a brown person, then per what is dictated by the West, then you are a target. You are a legitimate target. But not Israel. Not the United States and not Israel.
Use pagers in this country. So there have been most likely civilians injured as well. And now, of course, the Lebanese are wondering, what next and what does this mean? Which I assume are the questions you want to ask me too.
Indeed, I was going to get onto that. But I mean, just to say, the Israelis have so far said nothing. Let's see what they say, if they say anything at all further down the line. But I mean, what is the kind of guesswork about how whoever did this, how they managed to do this?
We're all looking for the guy who did this.
I'm not a technical expert. There are a lot of speculations. I'm not a pager expert. What we do know is that Hezbollah tried to ditch more high-tech communication methods because they were being targeted for assassination. So Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, gave instructions to stop using your WhatsApp messaging app, your iPhones, disconnect your CCTVs because the enemy, Israel, he said, is going into your homes and finding out where you are, what you're doing, and at what time. So they opted for a more low-tech technology, pagers. And as far as we understand, this was a new batch of pagers they'd gotten into the country just a few months ago. Right. How exactly these were detonated? Were they rigged in advance? Can you make a pager explode via high-frequency interference and ignite the battery? I'm just not enough of an expert, and I think the investigation.
Like I don't know if people recognize enough. And I'm not talking about the majority of this chat, obviously, but recognize every time Israel does something like this, they further cement the reality that they can carry out any attack against civilians in the Middle East. Because this situation, one, civilians were killed. An 8-year-old girl was killed, and many more maimed. This is an indiscriminate attack. This falls under the definition of terrorism. This is a violation of the Geneva Convention. This is a violation of international law. It is a war crime. And what, you know, if Hezbollah or any of these other designated terror groups were to carry out an attack like this, it would be 100% called a war crime. It would be a war crime. And it would be called one. And the United States and the entire West would be falling over themselves with wall-to-wall coverage, calling this a terrorist attack.
In Lebanon will take its course as well.
And now to the most important question, Kim. You know, Hezbollah and the Israeli government have been sort of, you know, exchanging artillery and insults and threats all year long since October the 7th. Is this the trigger that could ignite the wider war?
You know, we keep waiting for that trigger, and one day it will come. I don't know whether this is the one. I've been saying for some months now that Iran and Hezbollah, partners, allies, don't want a wider regional war. Israel has clearly understood that.
Relevant breaking news. Taiwan's gold Apollo said on Wednesday the pagers that were used were not made by a company called BAC, which has a license to use its brand. Yeah, I mean, product was not ours. It was only that it, regardless, like, the fact remains that it was intercepted. It was intercepted. I guess this is them wanting to be like, we have no culpability in this. We only provide brand trademark authorization, have no involvement in the design or manufacturing of this product. Yeah. I mean, this Taiwanese company is recognizing that this is a terror attack. And they're like, let's be clear. Let's be clear that we didn't make these pagers. We didn't make these pagers. And the founder saying he's going to sue Israel.
Has been pushing the limits of what it can do, targeting Iranian assets in Syria, targeting Hezbollah operatives in Lebanon, killing Hezbollah leader in August, killing Hamas leader in Tehran as well, Ismail Haniyeh, and finding out that the fire it receives in return is still contained. I know that's not what it feels like for residents of northern Israel, but Hezbollah and Iran's responses have been fairly pragmatic and restrained and very often choreographed and telegraphed in advance. But what's happening here is what I call a game of Middle East roulette. You keep trying and pushing and pushing. And at one point, you push too far and you do ignite a regional conflagration, which the Biden administration has warned Israel repeatedly not to do. What Hezbollah does now and what Israel's intentions were.
Well, clearly those warnings are doing something. Clearly, Joe Biden's stern phone calls where he calls Bibi an asshole is really making a difference here.
Find out over the next 48 hours. Did Israel think that it could, do a final sort of, devastating blow for against Hezbollah, or is this a prelude to a large-scale military operation against Lebanon while Hezbollah is dealing with the aftermath of this chaos?
Okay, it's certainly very humiliating for them. Thank you very much, Kim Ghattas, speaking to.
Do you support here's a clip of this fucking
extrajudicial
vampire
process,
this blood-sucking ghoul,
or military process. They should be held account by in general. Yes, of course we support operations to target Hezbollah militants who continue to launch terrorist attacks against civilians. Israel has a right to defend itself against terrorism and a right to carry out legitimate attacks against terrorists, not civilians, but terrorists. So as a general proposition, yes, of course.
Okay. Yeah, but the way that decades of Western dehumanizing of brown people works is that everyone's a terrorist.
So let me take you back to the legitimacy of targets and so on. Yesterday, a group of settlers attacked a school in Jericho. They beat up the students, they broke their bones, they beat up the teachers and so on. Are they a legitimate target? Should they be a legitimate target by the same kind of definition that in which you have defined the other targets?
Are civilians who the settlers attacking legitimate targets? Absolutely not.
No, I'm saying the settlers who are.
He's such a dick. Oh, I hate this Nosferatu motherfucker.
Who have attacked the civilians.
The settlers should be.
Should the settlers be a legitimate target?
The settlers should be held accountable through law enforcement means. Saeed,
I'm
not
asking,
through,
but-
hold on, not through any type of extrajudicial
Trust in the
process
cops.
or military process. They should be held account by law enforcement, which is what we would say about any type of violent attacks on individuals. That the law enforcement ought to hold them accountable to the full extent of the law.
Although they do take the law into their own hand time and time again, very violently.
Absolutely, which is why we believe they should be held accountable. And as you've seen the United States make clear through our own actions, if and when Israel does not step up and hold people accountable, we will do so ourselves.
I know that you can, you in years past, you designated the Kahana group as a terrorist organization. Should, armed settlers like this, that you keep sanctioning and so on, be also named as terrorist organizations?
I'm not going to speak to any type of...
Yeah, so, okay, this is just one of a million fucking clips where, the hypocrisy of the United States is on full display. They will never refer to any actions of Israelis, like the settlers, or not, they're not even Israelis. I mean, a lot of them are fucking Americans, American settlers. But any actions from settlers, they won't refer to them as terrorist actions. They won't use language the way that Miller used in that top clip, where he's talking about Hezbollah and talking about Israel's right to, go after terrorists and blah, 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 blah. It's just time and time again, the double standard, the hypocrisy is on full display. De facto terrorism, since many of the people whose pagers were blown up are not military targets, but civilian members of the political wing of Hezbollah and the chaos it caused. For example, if the victims were driving or in a crowded area, could mean more random civilian deaths. Yeah. I don't know how much more cut and dry it can get than this is a violation of international law. These are war crimes because of the indiscriminate nature of the attack, because of the fact that civilians were harmed, because of the indiscriminate nature of this attack, because there is this was not something where there was any guarantee of only military targets being the sufferers of the attack, because that's not the point. That's not the point. And Israel does not give a shit to take any caution whatsoever in preventing civilian deaths.
If, say, Hamas or Hezbollah managed to simultaneously detonate the pagers or mobile phones of Israeli reserve...
Yeah, it is really depressing knowing that nothing will come from this. Like, no consequences for Israel. It is incredibly depressing.
Whether or not they were on duty or not, wherever they happen to be, whoever happened to be around them, that would be rightly classified as an obscene act of mass terrorism. It would also rightly be judged to be a grave war crime. I'd also note that anyone who cheered on such an attack in the West would be liable for arrest under their country's anti-terror legislation. Now, today across Lebanon and reportedly in Syria, pagers suddenly exploded, with reports that more than 4,000 people so far have been injured, with at least 11 killed, including one.
Israel will pivot from "we had nothing to do with this" to they're not even saying, they're just taking the silent option, which they frequently do so that they can have some plausible deniability. They'll just be like, we're not saying we did it, we're not saying we didn't do it. But yeah, no, it's at this point, you can write the script. We tracked every single pager and ensured all targets were legitimate. You can write the script.
8-year-old girl named Fatima Jafar Abdullah.
And you want to know what's so fucked up? Because if you live in the West and you've broken free of the propaganda that we are raised with, and believing that people in the Middle East are, aside from Israel, are barbarians, that they are terrorists, that they are, you know, that they hate us, that they hate Americans because of our freedom, blah, 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 that Islam is a religion of evil, blah, 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 blah. Knowing all this, like, you know that even though this girl is 8 years old, because of the fact that she is Lebanese and because of what she is wearing, that you just know people will see that and be like, terrorist. That they will find any way to justify the death of this little girl, because they've already dehumanized her in life. Like, they dehumanized her in life. They dehumanize her in death. When Israel eventually does a terror attack on a college campus in America, I bet all the pieces of shit in the media and the human garbage in Congress would still defend them. Israel has a right to defend themselves. Yeah, and something that we must always state is, if Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, then so is Israel, and so is the United States of America. Because if you're going off of the definition of terrorism, of, well, they target civilians, well, they kill civilians, you want to know who does that too? And you want to know who does that infinitely more? The United States. The West. Our greatest ally, Israel. That's what's always so frustrating. I'm sorry for the way I lost my temper. That was wrong for me to do. You're one of my favorite people on Twitch. I understand the point you were making, but I took it personally, and that was irrational for me to do. I'm really sorry. That will never happen again. What I did was stupid. I was in the wrong. I feel bad. I will resubscribe on October 1st. Well, thank you for the apology, and I really hope it doesn't happen again, because you've understood the important point that I was making. But thank you for the reflection, and I think that is always a good thing. I think that is something that I will always encourage, and be I will be charitable towards people who have the ability to recognize why they were wrong and why they should, going forward, not have that not have that mindset.
The reported targets was Hezbollah, which is two things: a Lebanese militia and a political party, which is part of the governing coalition in Lebanon.
They won't say she's a terrorist. Oh no, they straight up will. Bro, they call babies in Gaza terrorist babies. Like, the leaders of Israel justified genocide against Gazans by saying, by using the argument that babies grow up to become adults who commit acts of terror. So we have to kill these babies because they're terrorist babies. They can't do anything right now because they're babies, but they will.
It's not just Hezbollah fighters who use these pages. Reportedly, so do medics. I mean, we need more information on that. That's what the questions will be asking. Who actually has these pages, and does Israel know? Can there be sure who these pages belong to. We'll talk about that. But one widely circulating claim is that Israel intercepted a shipment of pages and then put explosives in them, remotely detonating them. Hezbollah uses these pages or relies on them rather than mobile phones to prevent
they called
Israel
Hin Rajab
monitoring
a
their
woman.
activities. The other possibility I've seen, obviously, being discussed is some sort of cyber attack to remotely blow up these pages using their batteries. I'm not a tech expert here, but it strikes me as extremely implausible, especially given these pages appear to be primitive. If that were true, well, the implications of that would be even more terrifying, though they are terrifying enough, as we'll discuss. Now, apologists for Israel are in a frenzy of ecstasy over this. One example is Avi Meyer. He used to be the editor-in-chief of Jerusalem Post. He says, note, there are exactly 0 reports of anyone but Hezbollah personnel being wounded by the exploding pages. Whoever carried out this ingenious attack did so in a manner that specifically targeted the Hezbollah men. Carried this 0 Meyer.
Look at this fucking tweet. Note that there are exactly 0 reports of anyone but Hezbollah personnel being wounded by the exploding pagers. Whoever carried out this ingenious attack, you guys, it's the fucking hot dog meme. Every time they're like, whoever did this amazingly smart attack, they must be really handsome and cool. They did so in a manner that specifically targeted the Hezbollah men and spared uninvolved civilians. Let's remember that. You know, just because you fucking say something doesn't make it true. Okay? Does not. I can say, oh, isn't it awesome that Chapel Roan and I are friends? That we text each other all the time? That don't make that shit true. I wish. I can't get over the whoever carried out this ingenious attack, but also we don't know who. Like, wow, this attack was so amazing, and I can tell you with 100% certainty that nobody but the terrorist men were killed. But also, I wonder who did this. I wonder who this was.
Frenzy of ecstasy over this. One example is Avi Meyer. He used to be the editor-in-chief of Jerusalem Post. He says, note, there are exactly 0 reports of anyone but Hezbollah personnel being wounded by the exploding pages. Whoever carried out this ingenious attack did so in a manner that specifically targeted the Hezbollah.
These people are cartoonish villains. They are cartoon villains. Genuinely. Like, if I were to write this in a screenplay, it would be like all marked up with notes about how cliche and and shitty writing it is.
Men and spared uninvolved civilians. Let's remember that.
Yeah, now, it's like not believable trying to write it.
Has a history of denial when it comes to the killing of children. He was the editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post when they posted false, disgusting claims that Palestinian parents were faking the deaths, the murders, the killing of their babies by Israeli weapons by using dolls.
Yeah.
That's who this guy is. He's walked...
if you don't know what this is, please never look into this, because anything that you have left in you that hasn't completely broken will be broken. But there is this thing called Pallywood, which is exactly what he was just describing here. And it's not just some random Israeli dude on Twitter who has 5 followers. Avi Meyer, who was the former editor-in-chief of Jerusalem Post, has spread the most vile Pallywood lies. And Pallywood is the false belief, the bullshit belief that Palestinian parents and family members are faking, like that when you see a video of a dead child, that those are actors. Your blood will boil and will make you feel like you're genuinely insane. Yeah. It's all stage type of shit. Yeah, very, very crisis actor Alex Jones conspiracy bullshit.
Let's back this claim now. We have the confirmation, obviously, of at least one child being killed. But this underlines that this claim, it's a highly targeted attack on a terrorist group, is a nonsense. We can see the consequences. Indeed, I've watched the CCTV footage of 2 attacks. I won't share them because otherwise YouTube will age restrict this video. One shows someone paying at a supermarket, paying for their goods, then their page explodes, clearly injuring people around them, and another in a market. You can see the same again. I can't show you the video, though, the consequences, because otherwise YouTube will age restrict this video and then limit the number of people who can watch it. But I can show you this video of the consequences of a pager explosion in someone's home.
Allô? وين الشيخ؟ لك الشيخ مو بايجر جديدة؟ الشيخ مو بايجر جديدة ولا قديمة؟
Well, you can see there that caused significant damage. You can see how if this exploded on a person, it could cause serious injuries and deaths to other people, particularly if the reports are true that the attack happened after they received a message. So many would have taken the page out first. Now, you just have to ask yourself some basic questions
this
about
is
this attack,
Owen
or
Jones.
a series of attacks. And that's actually important. This is a series of attacks. By what definition are these targeted, legitimate military attacks? We know that Israel has an all-encompassing definition, for example, of Hamas, where junior officials, civil servants, public administrators, and so on are defined as Hamas and thus judged to be legitimate targets and thus attacked, even if that kills their entire families. In this case, Hezbollah is a political party, as well as a militia, which is part of the internationally recognized government in Lebanon. Do we know who exactly has these pages? What is the legality of the attempt to commit the mass extrajudicial killing of so many people?
Right. So the point being that the political party members of Hezbollah are not legitimate targets.
With no regard for what they have or have not done. And how is it at all possible to take any precautions to protect other people? Well, you can't, can you? Think of someone sitting on a crowded bus or train. Think of people driving cars or other vehicles. Think of people in public spaces like a supermarket. Everyone with a pager turns into a walking explosive and becomes a threat to everyone around them. According to the Geneva Conventions, indiscriminate attacks are prohibited. Indiscriminate attacks are those which are not directed at a specific military objective, those which employ a method or means of combat which cannot be directed at a specific military objective, or those which employ a method or means of combat the effects of which cannot be limited as required by this protocol. Well, you cannot possibly argue that this meets the terms of the Geneva Conventions. Now, a few things here. We all know what would happen if Israel had been on the receiving end of such an attack or a series of attacks.
The point was to
if the
cause
phones or
terror.
pages of
Yes.
Israeli reservists were attacked like this by Hezbollah or Hamas or Iran and exploded wherever those soldiers happened to be and killed and maimed children and bystanders, those cheering on this attack would be denouncing this as a despicable, outrageous act of terrorism. I would agree with them. If there was a similar attack on Israeli reservists as they went about their business in civilian areas, posing a grievous threat to those around them, I would condemn that as grievous terrorism. Some of us are morally consistent, you see. And this really does underline how terrorism is a term which is cynically redefined to mean violence used by the West's opponents. You see, when I pointed out on social media that this would be denounced as terrorism, were, say, Hezbollah the perpetrators and Israel the target, Israel's apologists responded en masse to say, yeah, but that's because Hezbollah are terrorists. Well, if Hezbollah had committed such an attack, the method of the violence and the consequences of the violence would be portrayed as central evidence that Hezbollah are terrorists. Terrorism is defined here by whether the violence is perpetrated by an opponent of the West. If it's...
Starting to feel like the Geneva Conventions mean little, if anything. I mean, yeah. International law is only something for the United States to make sure that their non-allies are upholding. It is law for thee, but not for me.
Committed by an opponent of the West, then it's terrorism. If it's done by Israel, then it's just a daring attack. You see, the hideous consequence of this can be seen. One doctor in Beirut reports, I smelled too much blood today and tried to stop many slaughtered body parts from bleeding, which was pointless. What we are going through is unbelievable. A Lebanese Amnesty International campaigner, Bissan Fakir, reports, my family and friends in Sur described surreal and shocking scenes, people running through the streets, women hitting their faces, mass confusion and hysteria, ambulances racing by, rescue workers crying. It's also worth noting here that the horrors the Israeli state has perpetrated against Lebanon go back decades. Like during the 1982 invasion of Lebanon, when the Republican president Ronald Reagan was so disgusted at the horrors being perpetrated by the Israeli army that he rang the Israeli defense minister to announce what he called a Holocaust. We're also currently in the midst of the anniversary of the days-long Sabra and Shatila massacre, when up to 3,500 Palestinian and Lebanese Shia civilians were massacred in Lebanon by Israel's allies, which the Israeli defense minister was found culpable for by an Israeli commission. This makes me think of the DIDDY doctrine, developed by the Israeli state in 2006, which basically pushed for attacking civilian infrastructure, civilian targets, so civilians would turn against Hezbollah because of the price they were paying. That is terrorism, where you terrorize civilians for political objectives.
Owen is right. It will be denounced as terrorism if anybody else does it. Terrorism based on the actions on which org does it. Hezbollah guy takes a dump, then it is not only a terrorist dump, but the U.S. Well, it's that terrorism as it is applied to the West and by the West is who does the terrorism, not what the act is.
Now, I seriously believe the Israeli state thought through the terror this would undoubtedly cause amongst civilians in Lebanon in an attempt to make them think that they must turn on Hezbollah in order to achieve the political end of rolling back the tide against Hezbollah. Now, this also further degrades international law. We are seeing the constant mainstreaming of serious war crimes by Israel, supported, made possible by the West, which will collapse the already disintegrating international order. Human rights abusing despots and organisations will all take note of this precedent now it has been granted the de facto legitimacy of the West. We're also staring through the portal of a dystopian future where technology can be harnessed so that anyone can be instantly located and targeted and killed. I fear
that is terrifying. That is terrifying. What happened today is not going to be the last time. It's not the first time. It's not the last time that technology will be used as a weapon of terror.
This is where we are heading, and you can see how an inescapable totalitarian world could be built that way one day, where anyone who resists those forces with technology that just takes out anyone they deem an opponent like that. I mean, where's that technology going to be in 20, 30 years? Think it through. In any case, this is a terrorist attack. It is a terrorist attack, a deeply disturbing terrorist attack with hideous consequences. And we can see that Israel is attempting to stoke potentially a regional war with catastrophic consequences, and we're already seeing a catastrophe as is. As ever, the message is sent out to the world. Arab life doesn't matter. Well, a bitter harvest is being sown, and we will reap it for generations to come. Please like and subscribe.
Eddie, thank you for the 3 months. This is a sad story that I was reading earlier from 2007 about the toys that kill in Lebanon. The grenades that were left behind, the grenades that don't explode immediately, and were left behind in places like Lebanon during their various wars with Israel, and how all over, I mean, this is not something that just happens in the Middle East. This is something also in Russia and Ukraine, but how children are not just killed during airstrikes and are not just killed by bullets, but are killed when there is not current ongoing, when there's not ongoing violence, when there's not ongoing conflict, because of what they perceive to be our toys that are not toys. They are explosives that have not yet detonated. To 17-year-old Rasha Zayun, the small metal canister with a ribbon attached to the top looked like a toy. Her father, Mohammed, had found it while harvesting wild thyme in a field near her house in the southern Lebanese village of Marika, and had taken it home in his bag of herbs. One evening 4 weeks ago, Rasha picked up the strange object and played with the ribbon, wondering what it was. Then I felt a tingle of electricity. I threw it from me and it exploded before it hit the floor. The blast tore off her left leg and wounded her mother, Aliyah, and her brother, Qasim, 21, who were in the room at the same time. The toy was a cluster bomblet, just one of the estimated 1 million unexploded submunitions scattered across the valleys and hills of South Lebanon during last summer's war between Israel and Hezbollah. Cluster bombs, an anti-personnel and anti-armor weapon that disperses dozens or hundreds of grenade-sized bomblets across a wide area, have killed at least 30 people and wounded over 180, according to UN figures, since the August 14th ceasefire ended the month-long conflict. Last week, the U.S. State Department announced that a prelim investigation has concluded that Israel may have breached agreements with Washington on the use of U.S.-supplied cluster munitions during the Lebanon war. The department takes very seriously its responsibility to ensure that U.S.-provided weapons are used for purposes authorized under U.S. law, said an official of the State Department. The U.S. Arms Export Control Act restricts the use of U.S.-made weaponry to internal security and legitimate self-defense, which Israel would certainly claim were the purpose of its actions against Hezbollah. But more precise end-use restrictions are contained in U.S.-Israel contracts, according to a State Department official, although the wording is classified. These restrictions are believed to require that Israel refrain from endangering civilians in its use of the munitions. This is from 17 years ago. Human rights groups have accused both Israel and Hezbollah of committing war crimes through indiscriminate targeting of civilian areas during the war. If the State Department's prelim findings is confirmed, it could pressure the White House to censure Israel, possibly through a freeze on cluster bomb exports to the Jewish state. The Israeli Foreign Ministry spokesman Mark Regev said earlier that Israel takes the concerns raised by the U.S. extremely seriously and has been as forthcoming and transparent as possible, adding that Israel is itself conducting an ongoing internal investigation as to the use of munitions during the Lebanon conflict. It's the same fucking script over and over again, and this is from 17 years ago. Yeah, we're doing an investigation. We've investigated ourselves and found that we did nothing wrong. Cluster submunitions are supposed to explode on impact. Manufacturers claim a dud rate of around 5%, but the UN estimates that more than 30% of cluster bomblets fired into South Lebanon failed to detonate. When hundreds of thousands of civilians displaced by the fighting began to return to the area, they found thousands of cluster bomblets in gardens, houses, and streets, orange orchards, banana plantations, and olive groves, often hanging from the branches. Chris Clark, Lebanon Program Manager for the United Nations Mine Action Coordination Center, said that his organization had logged some 840 individual cluster bomb strikes, covering an area of 13 square miles. A decorated former British soldier who oversees global operations for the UN Mine Action Service and has cleared munitions in Kosovo and Sudan, Clark says that the cluster bomb situation in South Lebanon is the worst that I've ever seen. It's unprecedented and unbelievable. And Israeli Foreign Minister spokesman Mark Regev says that Israel fully supports the UN efforts to clear up munitions in Lebanon. Clark says that his mission is hampered by a lack of cooperation from the Israeli military. Israel has been repeatedly asked to aid the bomblet clearing mission by providing such information as the grid coordinates of cluster bomb selected targets, the number of strikes, and the types of submunition. They don't give a fuck about children. They don't care that kids think that these cluster bomblets are toys, that they pick them up and play with them and then it blows all of their limbs off. He says the UN has received nothing from Israel. Israeli spokesman Regev counters that Israel's considering the UN requests for more information, but he says that Israel's already given the UN maps of strike areas and technical information that are sufficient for helping the bomb clearing effort. They are well past their shelf life, he says. The Israelis knew how old they were and knew that they weren't going to work. Whether the Bush administration chooses to rebuke Israel or not will make little difference to Rasha Zion, who faces a bleak future. She spends her days lying in bed in the family sitting room, waiting for her leg to heal before doctors can begin fitting her with a prosthetic limb. I'm not thinking about my future, she says with a shy smile, but I feel okay and I don't have any sadness. I have a strong heart. Okay. Let's cover something better.
Will Ferrell's new documentary.
Let's cover something better, you guys. Yeah, I saw the Taiwanese Gold Apollo story. So in Iraq and Afghanistan, we used a lot of depleted uranium rounds. They work by vaporizing on contact with armor, and that in turn releases aerosolized depleted uranium into the environment around the struck target, which is part of why we now see so much cancer in that region. Wars always have an unintended human cost. Yeah. It's one of those things where a lot of people have tuned in more closely than they have since October 7th, not just to Palestine, but like everything that's happening in the region. And it's always amazing to like find, find an article from 2007, find a report from 2005, find something from 20 years ago, and just remember how this has been going on a long time and how it's the same playbook. It's the same bullshit excuses. It's just especially egregious because of the magnitude of the magnitude of suffering in Gaza, and because of how it's never been more obvious the Western hypocrisy and the double standard and the continued dehumanization of brown people in the Middle East. Like, it's never been more clear than it has been the past year. All right. I want to show you guys the trailer for Will Ferrell's new documentary and then show an interview of him talking with his best friend Harper about this documentary that they made. I think the documentary just came out on Netflix. I went to watch it last night, then realized that I got rid of my Netflix subscription. I went, I'm not using this. I never watch Netflix. So I didn't renew my subscription. I didn't renew my subscription, and then I finally actually want to watch something. Woke trash. Oh, you are a very smart person. You are an intelligent human being. Woke trash. Big brained. So yeah. Okay. Hell yeah, brother. Something with the trans in it. That's woke trash. I don't even have to see it to know.
Hi there. I'm Will Ferrell, one of the greatest actors in the world.
Please, not another one guy. No. That's it. I'm done.
Long time
I'm
ago,
tired too.
Back when I was at Saturday Night Live, I met a guy who was hired as a writer the same week I was hired. He wrote a bunch of sketches for me and eventually became the head writer of SNL. And over the years, He became one of my closest friends. And then one day, I got this email. Hey, Will, something I need you to know. I'll be transitioning to live as a woman.
I don't doubt that Will is my friend, but I'm not Andrew Steele anymore.
It was just, whoa.
I love this country so much, I just don't know if it loves me back right now.
Harper, would you want to do a road trip as this new version of yourself and at the same time figure out what this all means to us?
You recognize this guy? This is the Hollywood movie star.
No.
You don't recognize
You don't
this?
reckon? Okay. That's okay. Roll up the window.
Were you a little worried about how to talk to me when I came out to you?
Yeah, probably a little nervous.
There are no ground rules with friends, I'm telling you. I invite any friend of mine to ask me these questions. I am not afraid to talk about them.
There's a question. Do you think you're a worse driver as a female driver?
That's the dumbest. That's so, no, that is so, oh, fuck you.
Zing.
But I am. Woo. Yeah.
Oh. Oh, yeah. This is my friend Harper.
How you doing?
Nice to meet you, bro.
Hey, not a bro, though. It's a she, but that's okay.
Sorry.
This is probably around the age where I started to feel just kind of weird.
Yeah.
I used to come out to these kind of places before, and then I transitioned and I got a little afraid. You know what I'm saying? Come out. I'm not really afraid of these people. I'm afraid of hating myself. All I want to do is live.
Oh, Dunkin' Donuts.
No.
We've not done one fun thing. Name one fun thing we've done.
I'm really excited to see this, and I really hope, because like, look, this is not a documentary for someone like me, and I'm really looking forward to seeing it, but this is a documentary for like a 50-year-old guy who loves Will Ferrell movies. You know, can't get enough of Will Ferrell movies, or, you know, loves SNL, big SNL fan, and like a dad. Yeah, this is for like a dad in the suburbs who doesn't understand the trans thing. You know, like I said, like, I don't understand the trans thing. The hope is a documentary like this one will speak to dads in the suburbs who need to learn a thing or two, who need to understand. Like, I think this is something that's good for older people to watch. And I think it's also something that's good for older trans people as well. I mean, trans people in general, but especially older trans people, because Harper did not transition until she was much older. And I think that there is this really, 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 I think there's this added layer for trans people when they transition young in life, and then when they transition much older. And there are definitely right now older trans people who have not transitioned, who have not made the decision to publicly transition or tell their friends or family members because of the fear that they carry, and because of, you know, growing up in a generation where this was absolutely like, just being gay would have been something that would get you kicked out of the house would get you, ripe for bullying, let alone being a trans person. Like we didn't have the understanding, the awareness of trans people like we do today. Do you think older trans people don't get talked about enough? I mean, I think it's something where if I'm looking at media, if I'm looking at depictions of trans people in pop culture, I feel like I usually don't see depictions of older trans people. I don't see, I don't see the journey of somebody past the age of 50 who's transitioning. And you certainly, I mean, there's hardly any trans actors to begin with and hardly any trans roles, but they usually are younger. Yeah, I mean, Caitlyn Jenner, as big of a piece of shit as Caitlyn Jenner is, that was an enormous moment when I Am Kate hit the stands, when the Vanity Fair cover of Caitlyn Jenner publicly showing her transition was released. Like that, I remember that moment, and it was massive. And it's unfortunate that Caitlyn Jenner is such a piece of shit human being. It sucks so much.
Will Ferrell's new documentary takes him on a road less traveled to explore uncharted territory in today's America. He and co-star Harper Steele are chatting with our Tracy Smith.
You think you know...
If you ask any trans person if they have regrets about transitioning, the answer is almost always that they didn't do it sooner. Yeah, I understand that.
Comedy legend Will Ferrell and former Saturday Night Live head writer Harper Steele are best friends. They've always shared everything.
Mainly, I'm hoping I don't lose anyone I care about.
But 2 years ago, Steele wrote a letter to her closest family and friends saying she'd come out as a trans woman.
That letter was really hard to send. I just kept rewriting it over and over again and trying to say what I wanted to say. It was just, whoa.
Harper had always liked driving across the country alone, but was unsure of how it would be as a woman. So Will suggested they drive from upstate New York to California and see what happened.
Here's a question. Do you think you're a worse driver as a female driver?
That's the dumbest. That's so, no, that is so.
It's all in the new documentary, Will and Harper, which opened Friday in theaters and will premiere later this month on Netflix.
Take one of me kind of sexy.
Oh, yeah. Their friendship began in the mid-90s when they were hired the very same week at Saturday Night Live.
Look, the memo said we relaxed the office dress code to allow showings of patriotism. So, this coffee's really good.
Harper helped create some of Will's most memorable characters.
Do you have a favorite sketch that the two of you worked on SNL?
I love my Robert Goulet sketches that I did with Will.
Robert Goulet here. Your phone is ringing, la-di-da-do, da-di-da-do-do.
Of course, he went on to bigger things.
I don't know how to put this, but I'm kind of a big deal.
Really? Oh, Christina Applegate.
People know me.
But when he first arrived at SNL, Will Ferrell was anything but a superstar.
I'm gonna give you the beating of a lifetime in front of these people. You happy now? Oh, here's a gem. Dinkle, donkle, someone's calling you. Goulet.
You've said that Harper kind of helped you along in the beginning at SNL, that people weren't sure what to make of you?
People were kind of saying, oh yeah, I met that guy. He seems nice, he doesn't seem that funny. I don't know what he's gonna do on the show. And it's true. And it was Harper who kind of reported back to some of the writers like, oh no, don't sleep on him. He's pretty funny. That guy's funny. So it was kind of like a guardian angel in a way, someone who like was looking out for me when I didn't realize it was happening.
So we're heading to Meeker, Oklahoma. This is in the category of places you would have visited and not thought twice about. What are you feeling? What are you thinking?
I'm nervous and anxious. Like, I spent my life going to little towns like this, stopping in bars, drinking, meeting people. I just don't know if I can anymore.
And it seems that Will Ferrell became kind of a guardian angel himself when the two of them hit the road last year.
I love this country so much, I just don't know if it loves me back right now.
What were you expecting this time around?
I definitely walked into that experience a little afraid. There was times when I wasn't with Will. So Will that's the part that needs to always be explained. I'm driving across the country with Will Ferrell.
Yeah.
That's an amazing force field.
A force field.
Yeah, I have it's like...
Star power.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A-list.
A-list.
Star power.
I'm kind of a big deal. People know who I am. But it's true. Like, Will Ferrell is super duper famous, and most people around the country will probably know who Will Ferrell is. At least I would think. And so that is a very powerful buffer to, oh yeah, and here's my friend Harper. And even though Harper is successful in her own right, she doesn't have the recognition that Will Ferrell has.
I would have.
A-list.
The most famous movie star in the world.
I would say armor.
Armor.
Let's drop the other stuff. This will be a cut, by the way. We're going to cut. Right.
We're
gonna say
we're
armor
gonna cut
or
this.
force field.
This is gold. No, I'm looking, yeah.
Anyway, everyone wants to talk to Will. They all love him. Whatever your politics are, you love Will. You either loved Elf or, I don't know any of the movies. You recognize this guy?
Any of his other movies.
No. You don't reckon? Okay. That's okay. Roll up the window.
The trip itself was fun and funny.
If you named that beer, what would the name
My
of it?
friend calls me her emotional support straight. It's a real phenomenon.
Beer be?
There's no question.
Yeah.
Cornelius Danderhoff.
Your beer's called Cornelius Danderhoff?
17 days of laughter and tears and beer.
Hello?
Hey.
Hey.
Come on in.
Okay.
But maybe inevitably,
Is this real, Phil? Yes.
it was also punctuated with the reality of what it means to face the world as a trans person.
This is my friend Harper.
How you doing?
Nice to meet you, bro.
Hey, not a bro, though. It's a she, but that's okay.
Sorry.
That's all right.
That's all right.
You can try it again.
Yeah.
I mean, trans people, for sure, have to be careful. There's people out there that are filled with hate. And not necessarily it's going to be aimed at me. It's going to be aimed at people who don't have the kind of advantages I have. And so I'm not advocating everyone run out in the middle of the country and run around because I swear to God, we have
Yeah, if you are trans, especially if you're an older trans person, definitely go to a small town in America and be like, hello! Who's excited to meet me?
people out there that are not good people. Oklahoma, thank you. Oh, thank you.
But what she found on the road was more good than bad.
But I live in New York
Try that
now.
in a small town.
I'm on the East Coast, yeah.
What did you learn about each other?
Honestly, Will is a sweet human being. I mean, we were friends. We were friends before. I mean, I don't know what more to say really than that.
I'm sure you've been asked this before, but what have you learned about yourself on this journey?
I'm a much better driver than Harper. Like, that's not even opinion. That's fact. That's science.
Wake up.
When the three of us went for a ride, Harper took the wheel, and her driving is, as she puts it, creative.
Look at this adventurous driving. See what I'm talking about?
Yep.
Just cut across 5 lanes of traffic there.
That's New York, buddy.
Golly.
That's how we do it in the city.
And maybe the film will help attitudes about trans people turn a corner. The documentary got 2 standing ovations at the Sundance Film Festival.
What was it like to have that reaction, the 2 standing ovations?
Well, it felt great. I mean,
people are just ready for acts of civility. They just want to see people being nice to each other. And I think it was a yes, it's about her experience. It's about the trans experience.
There was a lot of people being nice to us.
Yeah.
All across the country.
All across the country. And I think people just loved seeing that we can all still hang out with each other.
Just 2 standing ovations mean they sat down for a second and then got back up again. Like, you know what? I gotta give more. I gotta give more.
This is the Hollywood movie.
I gotta give more standing O. I think this is a very cool and sweet way for Will to use his platform for good and to elevate a friend. Yeah. And especially a celebrity like Will Ferrell, who's not particularly politically involved, who's a straight white dude, who's over the age of 60, and is a representation of a lot of people in this country who haven't had the experience he's had of having their best friend come to them and tell them, hey, by the way, I'm transitioning and I wanted you to know. And it's one of those things that, like, I wish that everybody just had empathy. I wish that I could bake a cake. I have a lot of feelings. I wish that people didn't need to watch something to humanize others and to feel a sense of, oh, wait, wow, these people are just people. But that's how it goes. And that's why documentaries like Will and Harper can be an effective, an effective force for good in humanizing trans people. I've seen a lot of queer docs about violence towards us, our deaths, and while those are important stories to tell us, I feel like we don't get to see a lot of joy, especially of transness. Yeah, that's a great point. Not every story or documentary about, any like narrative cinema or documentary featuring trans people should be devastating. Should be like, look at all these horrible things that happen to trans people, because it's true, but it's also important to show joy and show a trans person existing and being like, yeah, nothing's changed. I'm just trans. That's what the change has been here. And I'm happy and I'm getting to live my life as me. It's the same thing when we talk about not having every story with, every story that is about Black people being one that involves police brutality and slavery and, the myriad of awful, terrible things that the Black community has faced and continues to face, and how important it is to also have stories that show Black joy and Black people just like experiencing life outside of being brutalized.
Movie stuff.
No, you don't reckon? Okay, that's okay.
And same for, like, I don't want every Asian story to be a story of the trials and tribulations of being an immigrant. I don't want every Asian story to be, look at how strained this mother-daughter relationship is. Those are true stories. Like, that is, it's not that there's not value there, but there's more to, there's more to stories that feature Asian people at the center than simply the immigrant experience.
Roll up the window.
Forget Ron Burgundy or Ricky Bobby. This is Will Ferrell simply as a friend.
He wrote a bunch of sketches for me and eventually became the head writer of SNL.
In this documentary...
No, it's not a knock on Joy Luck Club. I love Joy Luck Club, but Joy Luck Club came out 30 years ago, 25 years ago, whatever. Not every story where the majority of the cast is Asian and they are, you know, specifically Asian-centric stories should be the Joy Luck Club. Right. Like, give us range. Exactly. Give us range.
The American actor reconnects with his longtime companion from Saturday Night Live, the writer Harper Steele, who has some news.
Hey, Will, something I need you to know. I'll be transitioning to live as a woman.
And so Ferrell proposes a road trip across America so that he can speak honestly with his friend about her journey.
Definitely from my perspective, here's the first person I knew who was trans, and all the questions that were in my mind, not wanting to make a mistake, wanting to honor her in the right way and learn the vernacular, learn what had changed, what had not changed, if anything.
But for Harper Steele...
Yeah, and it's also important to make the distinction that this is not, oh, I love my friend Harper, who happens to be trans, and don't worry, nothing's changed between us. It's not that. It's my friend Harper, who is trans, has helped open my eyes to the trans community as a whole. That this is something that I'm ignorant on, and that I am, you know, I'm not the ally and advocate that I should be. And so Harper is the pathway for me to grow in my empathy for a community that is constantly under attack. And it's not just, oh, I love Harper, my friend, who now happens to be trans.
She had to think about whether she was ready.
I love this country so much, I just don't know if it loves me back right now. Would I want to be on camera, which I don't particularly like? The things that sort of pulled me in the direction of a yes was, it's my friend Will, he makes things comfortable for me. Looking at all the anti-trans legislation happening in the US at the time, and I did think there would be something useful to do with it.
But you know we're on camera right now, right?
What the? Are you kidding me? They have to tell me this stuff. This is...
And Josh, you know, this is 17 days of traveling, 250 hours of footage. How did you approach what to include, what not to include?
For me, the most important thing was finding the balance tonally that I think reciprocated and honored the relationship that these two incredible people have, which is rooted in comedy.
Harper's a catalyst, not an exception.
Do you think you're a worse driver as a female driver?
Good way of putting it.
The pair are surprised by the warm reception they receive in a bar in Oklahoma. But at a steakhouse in Texas, even Ferrell, dressed as Sherlock Holmes, cannot diffuse a tense situation, with people staring and posting anti-trans hate online. Is there anything you regret about that scene, or was it important in some ways to see that hostility?
The next day, I felt like I put my friend in a strange situation. But you know, in hindsight, yeah, it was emotional, it was disturbing, but important to experience that for me.
Yeah, it's important to experience that, and then for others to witness that Harper being, you know, just by existing as a trans person is vulnerable to hate and to attacks. She didn't do anything. It's just her existence.
While many Republican states are pushing through anti-LGBTQ legislation, the film shows a welcoming America. Is the sense that you got that the attitudes of most Americans is more positive to the transgender community than perhaps we in the media or politicians make it out to be?
100%. I don't, again, there are people who hate trans people. There are people who are uncomfortable with trans people or afraid of trans people. That's a fact. But I also think that the politicians and the media do sort of try to polarize us.
You can feel it. People want to see acts and engage in civility. We're just hearing so much yelling at each other. I use the example of if I knock on your door and we're neighbors and I ask you for a cup of sugar, you say, of course, sure. You don't go, what are your political beliefs?
The fact that the film is now coming out just a few months
Are you a dirty commie before I give you this sugar?
before
a presidential election. Was that a conscious thing when we talk about that atmosphere?
No politic.
100%.
Yeah, they wanted it out there, yeah.
Yeah.
But we released early because I'm running for president. So that's
Is that exclusive?
Yes, it is. Yeah, you can run with that. Run with that. Yeah.
Will and Harper is a road trip, but more simply, it is a conversation between friends, a fact that Ferrell hopes will appeal to a wide audience.
The movie is about what it means to be trans, for sure, but people are really responding to it as well as it's just advocacy for a friend, regardless of what they're going through.
The joy for me of watching us share this film with people, and then Will and Harper getting called on stage, usually Harper last, and getting a giant standing ovation.
Only a
fills
commie
me
would
with
beg for
such
sugar.
love and joy, and
envy.
I hope
And
that
envy.
and envy.
And
No.
envy.
I just hope it doesn't destroy this friendship, because Will's getting really
She kind
jealous.
of hates it all at the same time, which is what I love.
It's true. It is true.
Josh, Harper, Will, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi there.
Anyway, I thought that was a good, wholesome segment for ending the news portion of the stream, and I'm gonna have to subscribe to Netflix so that I can watch this. God damn you, Netflix. God damn you. My interest you in very cute Wu-Tang fan art. Duh. Duh. Oh. My perfect baby princess, sweetheart, angel, tiny nugget. Oh my God, she's so cute. This is so good. Oh, is it out now? Yes, it's out on Netflix now. But you know what I did start watching last night, because I was like, oh fuck, I don't have Netflix. I started watching Reservation Dogs because we were talking about Reservation Dogs yesterday at the Emmys, and I was like, you know what? I need to watch this show. And oh my God, it's so good. It's so good. I blew through 6 episodes before I was like, oh, I should go to bed. The first episode was so good. I watched it again right after I finished it. I felt like I wanted to. No spoilers, but a show that actually ended and tied up all the storylines. Impressive. But yeah, it's pretty rare that I watch the first episode, the pilot episode of a show, and then immediately watch it again. So I can see things that I missed, or that I can, watch moments that I just found particularly great. I can see them a second time. Anyway, highly recommend. Next up, Interview with the Vampire. I know. I still haven't watched that one. No, I legit made a list of TV shows I need to watch after watching the Emmys. Yeah, and it's a bummer. It's a bummer that Reservation Dogs didn't get any awards love, because it's really fucking good. And look, I know Taika Waititi has kind of it's been a weird couple of years where there's been like hate towards Taika Waititi, and people being like, fell off. People thinking that his relationship with Rita Ora translates to him not being a great talent anymore. I don't know. I don't think I have ascribed to the Taika's not talented anymore. And then watching Reservation Dogs, I didn't even realize that he executive produces that show. I think it's also the Zionism. Oh no. Oh shit. I forgot about that. Oh, Oh yeah, I guess he's had some. I guess he had that like the shit ass takes during the writers' strike too. Okay, fair. But what I will say is, as far as Taika being, a talented writer and producer, I think he's still got it. Like his work is still admirable and great. You know the lines are getting blurred when protesters are looting. Oh, yeah. Taika. No, so I will say yes. Now I'm remembering that he's had a lot of bad takes, ones that are daggers to the heart, but is still a really fucking talented guy. Tina Kitten. Tina Raid. What's up, you guys? Hello. We're looking at a really cute photo of fan art of Wu-Tang. I did not make this. I am not a talented artist like Tina is. I wish I could draw this, but sadly, I can't. I can't make art like this. Wu-Tang, my beloved. I know. All right. Okay. I'm dilly-dallying. It is the part of the stream where we do some gaming. Season 3. The Walking Dead. Season 3, The Walking Dead. Which I believe we are currently chapter 4 of The Walking Dead. So I'll give my little spiel. If you're leaving, if you're peacing out because you hate gaming, because you hate fun, then reminder that I will be live tomorrow. And tomorrow might be my last stream before I go to TwitchCon, because I think we are leaving sometime Thursday evening, and I don't know if I'll be able to squeeze in a morning stream. I do hate fun. See, exactly. I don't know if I'll be able to squeeze in a morning stream on Thursday. So if you are going to TwitchCon and you're not, if you're not gonna be in stream tomorrow, I hope to see you at TwitchCon. I have heard that my meet and greet with Will is filled up already, and so if you didn't manage to make it, please find me at TwitchCon and say hi, and we can laugh and take a photo and hang. And I am doing a couple shows. I'm doing Hassan's Debate Lord show. Hassan's Debate Lords show, which is Friday at around 4, I want to say. And then I'm doing Point Crow's show, which I think is like a Deal or No Deal, and that's Saturday at 11, I think. Have a good night, chatters. It's 12:20. Oh yes, no, I do recognize that for some people it's very late, but you hate fun all the same. Are you planning on streaming in TwitchCon? I am gonna bring my streaming stuff, so hopefully Friday is chalked. Friday's absolutely chalked. Saturday, I might try to stream the afternoon. And then Sunday, I don't know yet if I'm doing my stream with Nick. I don't know if it's confirmed if we're doing our surfing stream. But if so, I don't know if I'd have time to stream Sunday. And I also kind of want to get back You guys, I want to get back on Sunday early, but I just remembered too that I had agreed to sing a song with Dan, and I think it's at the closing night. TwitchCon. I was on the phone with Cutie today. I'm like, yeah, I think I'm going to peace out early. I think if I don't end up doing the surfing stream, then I'm out of there. But wait, Nick confirmed it on stream? The communication, I swear to God. Nick confirmed on stream that we are doing a surfing stream. I have not heard from him since he said, hey, are you going to TwitchCon? And if so, do you want to try to do our surfing stream? I was like, yeah.
Maybe. Caroline told her chat that after TwitchCon that you plan to go to the beach in California to do the surfing stream that you paid for from the Maya charity auction. Yep. Is that true? Also, Will told her to show her feet cause you paid for it, lol.
Wait, Will told her to show her feet?
No!
Maybe.
No, no, absolutely not. No. That's not what happened. Okay, well, I thought it was from the road trip stream that they're doing right now, where he's like, yeah, we're doing the stream and we're doing it this time, because I was about to text him and be like, bro, details, please. Because then otherwise, oh wait, no, I just came to the realization that I can't peace out anyway. Because I gotta sing this song. Damn it. So I guess it doesn't matter. Pog the Yarn IRL. Oh, ain't no way that is happening. No freaking way. All right, y'all, here we go. Let me turn the lights off.
Previously on The Walking Dead.
No! You monsters!
Things are about to get intense.
Fucking Garcias! Oh, you took my goddamn guts out. Joan was in on it. We did it on her orders. I'm sorry.
It is too late for sorry, you backstabbing shitbag.
I'll help you. I'll tell everyone in Richmond about this.
Oh, will ya?
We don't need your help.
Actually, maybe
I'm begging you.
No, he would have lied.
Come on, we have to hurry.
He would have lied.
Wait a second. David told us to come here.
He's talking to the others now. Trust me, shit's about to fly.
Shit's about to fly.
I knew
Shit
I could count
is
on you,
always
brother.
flying.
They were our family, David. How could you?
Piece of shit! I'll give you family!
Oh yeah, the gunshots. Oh yeah. I made a master list and posted it in the Twitch Clips Discord channel with all episodes and VOD timestamp links for rewatching purposes. Houseophobia. Doing the Lord's work. Doing the Lord's work. Bless. Swing away, Meryl.
Damn it. Strike one.
I'm out of practice, that's all.
Same here. I haven't held a bat since the league booted me.
Well, you got all afternoon to get back in your groove.
Oh yeah. Just holding this thing makes me feel better.
You doing okay?
I've been wrestling with something.
Hey! Hey, man, you're Javier Garcia, right? The ball player? Can I get your autograph?
I'm kind of a big deal.
If you could sign my baseball, that would be so awesome.
Sure thing, kid.
Oh, man!
Make it quick.
Thank you!
Hey, kid, make it quick.
Who do I make this out to?
Oh, no names. Band players' signatures are worth way more on resale than personalized crap. Just your name is fine. Don't date it or anything.
Okay, kid. I'm gonna do this. I've done this for TwitchCon. I've hired a bunch of actors like this kid
Oh, yeah! I might get $10 for this.
to come up and be like, "Oh my
Gotta keep
God,
those fans happy,
are
big
you
star.
Caroline Kwan?"
Let's get back to baseball.
People know me. Crush it.
Oh, it's out of here. Holy cow.
You just had to rub it in, didn't you? Does talking like that make you feel better?
Yeah, you should try it.
Sorry that you suck, bro.
Son of a bitch.
Strike two.
Man, knock that shit off. I'm serious. You just talk. It's annoying.
Jeez, you gotta learn to relax, David.
What do you suggest? Put some money on it?
You know I don't do that anymore.
I still can't believe you actually wanted to come here. If I were in your situation, I'd avoid batting cages forever.
The jealousy is showing,
thanks
David.
for bringing me anyway. I needed the distraction.
Why would I swing in this?
Oh, Garcia's on fire!
I think your ego's boosted plenty. Next time, we go to the shooting range.
I don't really
Of
shoot.
course.
But I do. And I'm good at it.
Of course.
Ow! Fuck! You gotta shut up. Stupid thing.
I didn't even say anything.
My arm's throbbing.
Don't blame that on me. Gotta pay attention. Oh, the batting cage is serious business.
You're about the last person who should be telling people about serious business, Hobby. I remember I showed you how to play this game.
Well, let this superstar return the favor. Watch this.
You mad, bro?
Oh my God, the crowd is going wild.
I got it. You don't have to rub it in my face.
Now watch
I'm
this drive.
David. You're leaving already?
You
David
said you
is
were
such
happy,
a bitch.
So I'm done here.
Come on, I thought we'd hang out all day.
I'm not gonna spend all day as your cheerleader. You're a grown-up, and I've had enough.
What's going on? David, I don't understand.
You don't understand because you only think about yourself. And I'm sick of it. It's been that way for years.
You tried to help me. Yeah, let me help you.
You really want to help? All right. Drive me down to the recruitment office next week.
The army?
My job sucks. Kate and I fight like cats and dogs. I belong back in the army. I had a purpose there. I had respect.
Dude, going back to the army isn't gonna fix what's wrong with your life. You should just, think this through a little more.
Yeah, I wonder
have been
why.
thinking it through for months. Things between me and Kate have been going downhill for a while.
Bro, get some therapy.
But if I left, it seemed like that would be best for everyone. I can't keep pretending this is the life I want.
No, the kids are too young for you to leave them. You gotta be around the.
Has he ever cared about his kids?
What the hell do you know about raising children, Hobby? I'm not gonna lie. If I go, it's gonna be hard on everyone. Kate may need help from time to time.
Oh.
You can help, right?
Oh,
You won't leave her hanging?
Yeah, no, I can help.
I need to know that.
Yeah.
In my mind.
I'll be there for them.
Yeah, no problem.
Since you won't. If you want to go, you should go.
No
Thank you.
problem.
I really mean it.
We good?
Yeah. We good. Come on. Let's get out of here. Buy your beer.
I got you, bro.
Get in there, you two.
Joan's gonna figure out what to do with you.
She's making a huge mistake.
No, you made a mistake when you murdered Lonnie.
Hey,
Lonnie
everybody just
deserved
take a
that
breath,
shit.
all right? I was just trying to tell them. And that's your mistake right there. You can't fight everybody. Understand that Joan's not looking for revenge. She just wants order. Cooperation is the name of the game. There's still a way through this.
I know you Richmond folks are a little flexible when it comes to doing what's right. I don't buckle just because it's the easy thing to do.
Yeah.
You talk a big game, but talk isn't gonna get you out of this mess. You boys want to make it out of here. Just relax and trust in the process.
No, I think Joan's looking for revenge. I think Joan wants a little revenge.
What are we gonna do?
I killed Lonnie. Christ. How could he turn on me like that?
Because he's a bitch.
I thought I had it handled. All of this is my goddamn fault. I should have seen it coming, but I dropped the ball. Big time.
Joan lied. You couldn't have anticipated that. It was a sneak attack.
I'm glad you see that. You may be the only one. I keep doing this, making the same stupid mistakes.
Minor mistakes, man.
Remember when you wanted to run away and re-enlist?
Yeah, you talked me out of it.
And you fought to keep your family. You can do it again. Now.
Do you think the
Listen to
kid
me
with the
carefully.
autograph is dead?
I don't
For
care what's
sure.
gonna happen to me. I'm most worried about Kate and Gabe.
Very dead.
They gotta survive, no matter what.
Gabe's a fighter, but he's smart. Kate, I don't think we need to worry about Kate's reaction to this.
She's done with me, huh? I see. Guess I deserve it.
I think she might like someone else. Not sure who, though.
You need to keep yourself in one piece, David.
You bitch. I fucking trusted you!
Careful! Don't give him a concussion. I came here to talk, not fight. You're not gonna be a problem, are you? I just want a calm discussion between us.
I won't be a problem if you let us go. In fact, I may even be friendly.
I'm sorry. I can't do that. But I like what you're trying to do.
Joan is amused.
People had concerns about me coming here after the way you murdered Lonnie, David. But I know what the real danger here is. And you need to hear about it.
If you know there's trouble out there, just tell us.
I'm getting to it. Those raids were unfortunate, but necessary. The real danger was another long winter.
I should have been told about this.
David, you remember how many friends we lost last year. I couldn't bear to see it happen again. Tomorrow morning, I'm gonna call for a gathering in the square. The people deserve to hear a full explanation of your arrest.
And then?
Then you'll be replaced as head of security. No one's above the law, David. Not even you.
I am the law.
I know the laws, Joan. You're the one breaking them.
This place could have been something. Something good. And you ruined it.
This place needs me to keep it safe.
You set me up. Everyone's gonna see through your lies.
I did what I had to do to keep the people of Richmond safe. They're going to see that. And they'll also see that the biggest threat to them right now is you.
Bullshit!
I understand you're angry with me, but let's talk about it in private. Bring him with us.
Oh, God.
Screw this. Gotta get out of here.
Yeah. You know what? Fuck this. I'm getting Kate. We're getting out of here. Me, Kate, Clem,
No one's out there.
and AJ.
Locked. I'm not getting out through here.
No time to rest.
Oh. What's that? A stool? I bet there's a window that I can crawl out of. Yeah, I'm gonna burn down Richmond on the way out. Don't worry. Don't you worry.
That pipe looks loose.
Ooh. Oh, is that okay?
That doesn't look very sturdy.
Okay, there's gotta be like a window or something. Yes. Here we go.
Nothing useful here.
Okay, here it is.
Could squeeze through there.
Oh, wait. Squeeze through there? Bro, how? How?
I'm not gonna get up there from this bench.
Wait, do I have to go back and get the stool? Just gonna hold my breath. There we go. Grab that. Damn it.
I've been looking everywhere for you.
Gabe?
Where'd they take Dad?
Gabe!
I don't know yet. Help me get out of here.
I forgot about Gabe
These
when I
bars
was
are loose.
thinking about
Help
the
me
squad.
pry them off.
I can't do it.
You
Can
tried
you help?
twice. You tried twice. Twice.
Nice work, Gabe. Now, give me a hand.
Why do I feel like Gabe's not gonna make it out of here alive?
What's all that noise?
It's a herd. They're outside the walls. This way. Come on.
Use him as bait.
Kate didn't want to stay at Dad's house.
Where are you taking me?
Eleanor found a place. She sent me to find you.
Is Kate doing okay?
Yeah, she's fine. And Eleanor's watching her just in case.
We should probably keep moving.
Gabe, I have to tell you something. Me and Kate,
I can't believe you found me.
we're together.
I looked everywhere.
Nice work. Thank you. They still got your dad, though.
He's gonna be okay, right? I mean, these are his people.
He's going to fight them. No matter what.
Hell yeah.
Let's just wait and see what happens. All clear. Come on.
It's hopeless. I know. Nope. No hope.
Kate keeps pushing us to leave. You have to make her stay. We have to stay until Dad's free. We can't leave Dad here. Not after we found him again.
I think she's right. We have to get out of here before it's too late.
No! You never listen to me.
Bro,
This is
I listened
important.
to you before and I lost my sexo opportunity with Kate.
Hold up.
Something's gone wrong here, hasn't it? We should be safe in this town.
It's bad. This place is going to hell. We're gonna need to find somewhere to lay low and hope for the best.
With Dad. Don't forget about Dad.
Yeah.
That's Eleanor's place. We made it.
Great. Let's get in there.
You know what, Gabe? You can stay with your dad if you want.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah.
This wasn't so busy before. What are they up to?
They're up to some shit.
Come on. Let's get inside.
I feel like maybe I should just open the gates and let the walkers in. Fuck it! Could be kind of crazy. Give them a taste of their own medicine. I am the Reaper. Gotta live up to the name. Oh, I just realized that's why so many of Tina's raiders probably couldn't chat. Because it was on 30-minute follower-only mode. Oh. Welp. Welp. Yeah, I think Katie or someone changed it when we were covering a topic where sometimes it's nice having 30 minutes because people are really annoying.
I'm sorry. I don't know.
And then we just didn't change it back.
That way. Look, I just don't know.
Kate!
I'm good at helping people.
I missed you.
I missed you too.
Oh. You know they don't want any of the rest of us like they want you. Would you be happy never seeing me again?
I just can't do this now.
Wait, why are they fighting?
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Trip, look who's here.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Trip.
Where have you been?
Joan threw me and David in jail, if you can believe it.
Great. So you gave these people more reason to hate us.
Bro.
What is going on here in Richmond?
None of this is my fault.
Than the rest of us.
Joan lied. She's trying to remove David from power.
Told you we couldn't trust him.
I'm sorry about what's going on with David, but we should have gotten out of here when we had the chance.
You're right.
We still need to get out of here, Javi. Let's go.
We need a plan. We almost got
Take
caught
care
last
of
time
yourself.
when we just made a run for it.
Have you guys even looked out the window? Go look for yourself.
Joan lied, people died. Our raid message is too long, so we got a timeout now.
Holy shit.
Javi, even if you did get your brother free, you're not going to be able to go anywhere.
Shit.
Look at that. We should have left when we had a chance. Now we're stuck here.
Maybe we just do the blood thing?
At least we're all still together.
Look, this isn't a glass half full situation.
It seems like we're in danger within this place and without. I, for one, would feel a whole lot safer with a few more guns to protect ourselves.
That the smartest move to make right now? That's crazy.
We'll need to make sure we can defend ourselves, no matter what we do next, okay?
Defend? That's all you're doing? I don't want to risk us losing anybody else.
Good on Caroline for
You
putting
don't seem to mind that.
raiders
They
in
will
their
be coming
place
for us.
and quarantine them
I know where those
before they
guns.
get into camp.
My dad showed me.
I'm Joan.
There are lots.
The armory. Good idea. A small group should go.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. We'll get
Okay.
back here as soon as we can.
I like how David's
Good
whole
luck.
thing is
Come
Javi's
here.
whole thing is he just needs a plan.
Kate,
Just be careful.
Oh, I thought she was gonna.
Look, Javi, I don't know if you heard us, but I
Hey,
think I fucked it up with Eleanor.
MRUA, I think you're in the wrong
About
chat.
that, I don't think I can leave this apartment with things like this between me and her. It's just not right.
I
I know
think
you must have at least heard something.
I don't really want to get involved.
you're in the wrong chat, dude.
I get that. There's not really anybody else I can talk to. Just shouldn't have pushed it with her like I did. Wasn't fair. Too much going on already, right?
Javi, come on.
Just give us a minute, pal.
LMFAO.
I'm sorry, buddy. I don't know what to do.
I gotta give him some advice.
With all that's going on here, everybody's feeling overwhelmed.
Bro, I don't
Try
think
to
she's
wait for the
into
right
you.
time. Maybe
don't-
she'll come around.
I don't think she's into you, my guy.
Right.
I think she's in love with me.
Okay. Good luck out there. I'll talk it over with Eleanor and watch over things here. You've got my word. I won't let anything happen to anyone.
Thank you.
Javi, come on.
Good luck.
A trip, dude. She's just not that into you, my guy. I go to Will's chat and say Caroline is hot and then leave. You just drop a bomb.
Stay frosty, gents.
What's that mean?
Like, stay cool, buddy.
Bro is tripling down now. Trip has been denied twice. And he's like, okay, dude, the third time, she'll definitely say she's in love with me.
Looks like Bob's on duty. I'll distract him away from the door and meet you inside.
Caroline, just...
Be careful in there. There might be more of them.
PC's was incredible. I just watched it. Yours and Will performance or electric chat. Please read the movie. It's so
Remember
worth the
what I
watch.
said
Full depth of
about
heart.
staying cool.
I've done this before, Javi.
No, you haven't, Gabe.
Thank you.
Not really. Some decisions, you make them in a split second, and then have to carry them the rest of your life. You understand?
Oh, shit. Gabe, you're not a
Yeah.
man yet.
I think I do.
You're not a man. Zero Biotic, thank you so much. It's very, very kind.
How can we trust Ava that she won't turn us in? Can we really trust her?
I trust her enough for right now, and that's what's important.
How do you know when you can trust someone? I feel like I've never really known anyone other than you and Kate, Mariana.
Through their actions, they can try to confuse you with their words, but someone worth your trust does good things.
True.
Makes sense.
True.
I think we're up. She sure is a big help.
So if Javi's still wearing his uniform or his jersey, has he not changed clothes at all? Wait, I think I saw a chat comment earlier that didn't make sense at the time, but now it makes sense. We're like, wait, is he still wearing the same thing from the batting cages?
Ava said it'd be this way.
Lex Pookie! Lex Pookie! Thank you for the 5.
It's down here.
I know he smells nasty.
The guns are through that door.
That's... Surprise.
No time to look for a key either.
Surprise Kate went in for a hug.
Have to do this the hard way.
Flunky! Flunky, thank you for the 12 months tier 1 gift. Whoa. That was so loud. Yeah. The bat.
Put these in your bag.
No, Gabe! Oh, I thought that was Gabe picking up a gun. No, Gabe, you're not a man
We've never
yet.
done this before. Just you and me. We make a pretty good team, right? The uncle-nephew 1-2 punch.
Not exactly.
Yeah, we do.
Oh my god, some of these choices are fucking brutal.
Sorry to scare you. When we get back to Eleanor's, we need to talk to those people about doing the right thing by this place.
Uncle, nephew.
I'll meet you at the entrance.
The uncle-nephew bond is forever.
Come here.
Freeze!
Shit. Gabe, what the fuck?
Get away from me!
Oh god! Oh! 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 I felt that! Dude!
Javi, you're bleeding. Are you okay? Oh my god.
Gabe, what the fuck?
God damn it, Gabe! Does it fucking look like I'm okay?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jeez, I can't leave you guys alone for 2 minutes, can I? He's still alive?
Yeah. Just passed out.
Starting to think siding with you might have not been the best idea. Toss Sleeping Beauty in the closet so nobody sees him.
That's my swinging arm! Dude, if this apocalypse ever ends and I get back to baseball, I'm gonna need that arm.
Let me see that wound. It's really bleeding. You're gonna need that taken care of.
Shit.
No, it's okay. Lingard and David are close friends. We can count on him to help you.
That
Medical facility is
weirdo.
right nearby.
It'll be quiet this time of night, too.
Ooh.
Okay, but let's be quick.
Gabe, we are not a good team. Let me see that wound.
Can they really hit targets over a mile away?
It's really
Not
bleeding.
these, but some models. Javi, it's probably best if Lingard doesn't see these guns. He and David might be tight, but he's still part of Richmond's leadership council.
I'll keep watch with Ava.
Okay.
Do any of them have laser sights?
Javi, what the fuck? Why does this guy always look dead?
Clem?
Oh.
Shit, Javi, what happened to you?
Ran into a little trouble.
Wow, that looks like it must have hurt.
I just need to get it cleaned up.
You surprised me. Thought you were someone else.
Who were you expecting?
I know this wouldn't exactly look innocent to Joan or David.
Is it innocent?
Yes, I think so.
Dude, she can take whatever she wants. Doesn't this guy always look dead?
Anyway, I can't leave Richmond with that herd out there.
Something tells me Lingard doesn't care what you're doing.
He's been out of it since I got here.
He's alive. Poor dumb bastard.
That's gonna need more than just cleaning, Javi. I can stitch that for you.
Clem
I
and
can't
Chad.
promise it'll look great once it heals.
Clem
It's
and
better than
Chad.
nothing,
All right. Go for it. But if I lose my arm, that's on you.
Ha ha, you'll be fine. I've dealt with worse. Huh. Let me see if I can find a needle and thread for that.
Actually true. She's dealt with so much worse.
Clem, are you okay?
I'm fine. I started bleeding. I know, it's a thing.
Oh,
I've traveled with
Clem.
women before, and they all had it. What is it? I mean, like, why is it... I just don't understand.
Oh, Clem.
It's totally normal. I mean, it's something female women have. It's, what's next? It's not fun, I know that, but Kate manages. You'll be fine, too.
God damn it, Javi.
Manages. How? I'm bleeding.
It's supposed to happen. You'll be fine, Clem.
Natural
I
and
promise.
beautiful. It's beautiful and natural.
Okay.
I can take you back to Kate. She can help you with,
Javi, worry about yourself right now. We need to find a needle and thread to stitch you up
I
first.
like that they're in a serious situation. Javi's
right.
still like, oh, yeah. Oh, gosh, you have the thing. You have the thing. You have the thing.
Wake up. Talk to me. Wow. That guy is really out of it.
Yeah, that's what drugs will do. That's what drugs will do.
penicillin. Not what I'm looking for.
Yeah, your body's doing the
Codeine.
thing that it does. It's natural.
Not much left. It looks like painkillers are in high demand.
I wouldn't steal any medicine if I were you. It really doesn't go over well.
I'm already effed, so I'm gonna take them.
Well, these could come in handy. Jackpot. Needle and thread. All sterilized and ready to go.
Yeah.
Just pills.
Fuck it.
Here we go.
What? There just happened to be pads in that drawer. That's great. That's good. We'll take them. Here we go.
Hey, this is just what you're looking for.
It's for that thing. It's for that thing that you have.
Help you handle it. Kate'll take care of you.
Think I remember how to do this. Okay, hold still. Try not to breathe.
Okay, Javi.
Look, I know I'm probably not the best person to talk to about that stuff before.
You weren't that bad. Thanks for, being here.
Clem, you're my best friend.
Basically, all this means is you could become a mom, if you wanted.
Funny. I already felt like a mom. Even Ava would have to admit, I was a good mom to AJ.
Bro, where is AJ? Yeah, okay, shut the fuck up, Javi. Yeah, Javi, how about you just don't talk anymore about periods? Clem's growing up. Good night, Mr. Sonic Gen. Clem's growing up.
Whoa there, Clem. It's just me. What the hell do you want? I'm really glad I found you. Clementine, I know this is hard. I'm so sorry about what happened with AJ.
She seems okay.
Really, I am. Tell me he's okay. Please. He's as good as he can be, which isn't great. Look, it's not much, but here.
I thought that was weed for a second. I was like, oh, thanks. Oh. Oh.
David wanted you to have that. AJ drew it just after you.
What the hell is that? Was one of the options?
Thank you. You're welcome. Consider it a peace offering?
The fuck is this?
We care about you. Just try to remember that even if it feels wrong, people can still be trying to do the right thing by you. Listen.
Dude, I'm a kid and you kicked me out.
Right now, you're hurting. Whatever you do, you can't let what happened get to you. You need to keep a level head. Plan for after that. You're strong, but that won't get you far if you don't know what you're doing. I can make it on my own, just like I always have. I don't need anybody else. I don't blame you. Just don't overestimate what you're actually capable of. For me, staying alive has always been about finding people I could trust as much as they trusted me.
Poor
That's what the
Clem
New
is
Frontier
so
has
fucked
been.
up.
A silver lining. Made me feel worth a damn. Kept me going in the worst of times. You'll find yours. I know you will. I used to have Lee. You never mentioned him.
Lee mentioned.
Took care of me for a while. Every time I would look at AJ, I could hear him in my head, helping me, guiding me. He's still with you, you know. Here. So is AJ. From the first time we met, right here,
Okay, AJ is
surrounded
literally
by
still
absolute
alive.
hell. You and AJ were a light in the darkness. Hope for a better world. That's who you are. Promise me you'll never lose that light.
Okay, can I have AJ
Please.
back?
It's what makes you special, Clem. It's what keeps the rest of us going. After everything I've been through, I don't have it in me anymore. I understand. Just try to keep your head above water. I should get back before anyone notices I'm gone. I know you said you'd get by on your own, but if you find yourself needing supplies, or just someone to talk to, there's an old airfield about 10 or so miles south of here. Prescott. There are good people there. I'm sure they'll help you out. I'll miss having you around, Clem.
Where's Kenny? Fine.
You're going to be okay.
Thanks, Ava.
Good luck out there, Clem.
You should do a character tier list at the end of all this.
That's what keeps me going. There's things I have to stay alive to do. So, what do you think? Think I'm getting better.
That was fast.
There's not much to it. The wound was pretty clean.
Clem is seriously. Clem and Chad.
You coming?
I still have to ask Lingard about AJ.
Ava does seem like a nice person. I'm just pissed. I'm pissed about AJ.
Hello, Clementine.
God, this guy.
Javier. Thought you were rotting in a cell with David.
Yeah, and I
Any
thought you were
chance he
dead,
got out
dude.
too? I hate to think about what Joan might do to him.
Joan took him before I got out. I haven't seen him since.
That poor bastard. He's not getting out. Guess there's only one sure way to get away from Joan these days.
Why do you care if David got out? He deserves what's coming to him.
If you think that, you don't know David.
God damn it, they keep
I know
making
he's
this
the reason
complicated.
I lost AJ.
When AJ recovered, David was the one who stepped up. Took personal responsibility for that kid.
You say that like it's a good thing. I really doubt he was a positive influence.
David's the reason the kid's better off now than he's ever been.
Where is AJ?
You can be as mad as you want about how things panned out.
Clem can be the judge of that.
She doesn't need to be. As a doctor, I'm telling you, he's in better shape now than
This
when I
is
first saw him.
so weird. I don't like this.
That was because he was sick. He would have stayed sick too if I had listened to you, Doctor.
I stand by what I said.
If David's taken such good care of him, why did he tell me to ask you where AJ is?
I don't like this.
That's what this is about then. You want to know where the boy is?
Yes. Duh. Bro.
What do you want?
I just want to die.
Shit.
I want you to inject this into me.
What?
Are you crazy?
That's just the way it is. When your brother found me, he got me to care about everything I'd given up on. My life, other people, even this goddamn place.
Damn.
Without him around, I don't want to care anymore.
Just tell me where he is!
Then you won't have any reason to do it.
Oh. Why doesn't he just do it himself?
Javi, I have to know. I've been looking for too long. I can't lose him now. Not when I'm this close.
Okay.
All right, I'll do it.
Fine, then I'll do it. I got you,
Well,
bro.
Where is he?
He's at the McCarroll Ranch. few miles west of here.
What?
He's really alive.
Why is he not here?
Don't forget to stick around to handle the after part. I don't want to become one of those monsters.
This is horrible.
Don't forget, Joan's looking for you. And your friends. You better hope she doesn't find you.
Shit.
I've got it.
Shit, this is dark. Oh my god.
Finally.
Oh, good lord.
Oh, hey. Hi, Clementine.
Surprised to see you here.
Okay,
Yeah.
Gabe.
Right back
Gabe
at you.
is...
You all good?
Yeah, we're all set.
Let's roll.
Good to see you.
Gabe, dude! Dude!
Javi, you're back. And Clementine.
Thanks for the warm welcome.
Just surprised to see you is all. Oh, hell. You okay?
Yeah, it looks worse than it is. Don't worry about it.
The
Kate's lying
Rizzler.
down in the other room for a bit.
Gabe,
So you got the
aka
guns,
the
huh?
Rizzler.
We got him all right. One for you, and one for you. I saved this one for you.
No, I've already got one.
Oh.
Actually, it wouldn't hurt to have another.
He's literally pouting.
Thanks.
What took you so long?
We went to see Dr. Lingard.
At night? I'm kind of surprised he was sober.
No, dude, he wasn't.
It's gotta be a stressful job. Looking after an entire community?
Actually, Lingard's dead.
Oh my god.
He asked me to help him end it, so I helped him.
I had no idea things had gotten that bad for him.
He was done with all this.
Can't wait for the women are complicated Gabe arc.
Why don't you go talk to Kate, okay?
Okay.
The sun will be rising in a few hours. Joan's people know we're holed up here, and they're gonna come looking for us. All of us.
Ah, for fuck's sake.
Maybe it's not as bad as we think.
Fucking figures.
And there's no going anywhere with those things blocking our exit.
They like me, that
We gotta
has
do
to
a
help
shootout.
somehow.
Just because they like you doesn't mean they're gonna like the rest of us.
We're sitting ducks up here.
Hey, we can do this.
Yeah.
We've gotten out of tougher jams before, haven't we?
Okay, Gabe.
I mean, sure. But this is different. We can't just cut and run. Not with the herd out there. Like it or not, we're fucking stuck in Richmond. Now how the fuck are we gonna put the brakes on this thing?
Joan and her people are going to be at the square, right? We need to bring the fight to them.
Yeah,
We
ambush
go after
him.
Joan, our problems are solved.
Great. So, how do we do that?
It's a good
start
question.
blasting.
Joan will probably have a full security detail with her.
We move in fast, guns blazing, and we take her out. Couple of bullets, problem solved.
After we take Joan out, we're gonna need some way out of this mess. Now, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm not much of a runner.
We've got a truck, a big one, that we used to use for walker defense.
I think it's a good plan.
It's a little busted up, but it's way better than nothing.
People are gonna be patrolling these streets looking for us. How far away is this truck?
I'll show you. We've been expanding, pushing out further, making the safe zone even bigger. Can't promise you they've cleared all the walkers yet, but that's where the truck's parked.
I could spit and hit it.
We steal that thing, nothing will be able to stop us.
Fuck
Steal
yes.
Hey,
Jesus, Javi, is that blood on your shirt? You said it wasn't that bad.
It isn't.
How the hell did this happen? Oh, you're bleeding right through that bandage. You should have told me as soon as you got in.
it's not deep, it's just bled a lot. Besides, it's already taken care of. Clementine sewed me up back at the doctor's.
You still didn't answer my question. What happened?
He got stabbed, okay? By one of the guards.
Thought you knew what you were doing.
You're still alive, aren't you?
Eleanor, can you take a look at this?
It was Gabe!
As long as he keeps it clean, it should be okay.
Would you guys stop making such a big deal about it? It happened. It's over. Move on already.
I'm just trying to make sure he's okay,
like,
Gabe.
who cares? Like,
what we need to be
it's not
talking
even a
about
big
is the
deal.
plan. Oh, I have a bunch of ideas.
Oh, no, Gabe.
I want to be the one to go after Dad.
Gabe, what?
Just give me a gun and I'll do whatever.
Gabe,
Hey,
stop.
hey, slow down,
Gabe,
would you?
chill.
You're getting way ahead of yourself.
Chill.
Who's to say you're even coming along, kid?
Are you fucking kidding me?
Dude, you got me stabbed, remember?
Oh, this is bullshit. I'm not staying behind.
Gabe, take a breath.
He's my dad. I'm going.
Gabe.
It's going to be dangerous out there, and I don't want anyone else getting hurt.
If we get to save Dad, then getting hurt is worth it. It's worth dying for.
Is it?
This is more important to me than anyone else. I've got a gun, and I know how to use it.
Could you do me a favor and stop showing off for everybody? You're tough, okay? You can handle a lot of shit. You don't have to prove it all the goddamn time. Nobody here is gonna let you be a martyr, Gabe. Your life is precious.
Life is precious? Then how come you shot Conrad, huh? Back in the tunnel, when he came after us, he tried to bargain with you.
I saved your life too, in case you didn't remember that part.
So what? You shot him.
What?
You killed him.
What the fuck, Javi? Is she telling the truth?
What
You
the
murdered my friend?
Fuck, Gabe!
What the fuck did you do that for? You looked me in the eyes, man.
He had a
Gabe!
gun on them. If I hadn't killed him, he was gonna shoot Clementine and Gabe.
He's telling the truth. When Conrad found out that I used to run with New Frontier, he went crazy.
Gabe,
He
you
would have pulled
piece
the
of
trigger,
shit!
no question.
I guess we'll never know, right? Because he's not here to tell his side of things. You made sure of that. Looks like you're a pretty fucking dangerous person to be around, Javi. First you kill my friend, then you get me and my friends on Joan's shit list?
Dude, it's not my fault that Eleanor doesn't
I think
want
you
you.
need to give us some space, Javi.
Fuck that. I don't want to see you ever again. Well, maybe I'd be better off with Joan. At least I know she wants to stab me in the back.
Gabe, you are the biggest piece of shit.
You get the fuck out
fucking
and
suck.
you stay gone, or I can't be held accountable. You feel me? We could take care of ourselves. Hell, we stick around you much longer, you'll probably kill us too.
Fuck off. All of you. If you don't think I fucking agonized about it, then you can all go to hell.
Yeah.
We
You know
better
what?
go get that truck.
I shouldn't have saved
get my
Gabe's
stuff,
life.
Then call you on the walkie when I see things getting started in the square.
No, we totally ruined Trip's life, but fuck you, Gabe. I'm gonna make sure that Clementine doesn't so much as give you a hug. Okay, honestly, Trip is not out of pocket. He's not wrong. I just want to say he's not wrong. Fuck Gabe. Trip, I
Clem,
absolutely
you
ruined
come
that
with
dude's
me
life.
to get the truck.
I
Gabe,
did.
Kate, you guys hang back here.
I am kind of
Be ready
responsible
for anything.
for everyone that he loves being dead. And I'm pretty sure
Listen,
Eleanor's
what's
in
going
love
on?
with me.
You're punishing me because I told everyone what you did, right?
Fuck
Screw
off.
that. I'm going to get the truck. You stay behind and keep watch.
You proved your fucking point already, Gabe. Now it's time to grow up and help us.
I'm getting the truck.
Come on. I need you to watch my back on this one.
Clementine is
Yeah.
so smart.
Okay. I guess somebody needs to be a lookout.
Gabe, you're so
What?
stupid.
Nothing. Gabe and I will be fine back here.
Yeah, how is Gabe mentally somehow 10 years younger than her? It's a good question. You piece of shit. I'm gonna yell at your ass.
What do you want, Javi?
What's your problem, man? Your attitude back in the apartment and out here.
You don't have to say anything. I get it. I screwed up.
Yeah, you suck.
I shouldn't have said anything about Conrad. I was sick of being pushed aside. I hope you can trust me again.
We'll be fine.
No, we won't. Javi, what? No, dude. Every chapter does have
any more muertos pushing.
A bed.
Those boards won't hold up.
Everyone. The worst character. There's always
this thing
a
looks
bed.
like it moves too slow for an escape. Guess they'll be using that for construction once they've cleared this area.
Yeah, Mariana was better. That's why I said, look, fuck it, I'm saying it. I wish Gabe had died instead of Mariana.
There it is. Let's go.
Yeah, some real Denethor behavior. Mariana's my Boromir.
What are the chances?
I'd say about 50-50.
Smart ass.
They say how long it's gonna take for them to finish up here? People keep getting pushed onto other projects.
We've got company.
Hell yeah. This graveyard shift is killing me. Oh, let me get some of that.
Early risers. Come on, we gotta hurry and finish before more people wake up.
What are we gonna do?
That was the nerdiest
Can't
thing I've
start the
ever
engine.
heard you say.
Without attracting a lot of attention. Kate, you steer. The
I
rest
love
of us
Lord
are
of
gonna
the
get
Rings.
behind the truck and push. See if we can't get some distance between us and them.
Follow me.
Ready?
My boy.
Ready. Turns out you needed me after all, huh? I'm just saying.
Okay,
I know you
shut
didn't want me
the
to come along.
fuck
Just
up.
push the damn truck. All right?
What do you think I'm doing?
I'm doing all the work. You're the one trying to have a conversation here. That's more like it.
Don't think those guys will be able to hear the engine all the way over here. I put it in neutral. Couldn't find an ignition key in there. Guess you'll have to hotwire it. Try not to shock yourself.
Shit. I'll need something to strip the wires.
They left all their supplies lying around. Bet there'll be some tools out there somewhere.
Just try to hurry, okay?
Kate, when are we gonna kith? When are we gonna kith, Kate? Oh my god, that actually scared me. Jesus. Oh. Yeah,
Almost
Gabe.
there. Keep
It's
an
not
eye
a
out while I
joke
get it
out
started,
here.
okay?
I'll check on the guys in the office.
Clem and I will look out for walkers.
Okay. Here goes. Wire cutter should help with this.
Everybody pay attention. If you want to learn how to hotwire a car.
Gotta connect the battery to the ignition.
Okay. Now, which one? I don't know. I don't know.
Don't get electrocuted. Don't get electrocuted.
Shit, what happens if I do?
Shit.
It's fine. Don't worry, dude.
Let there be light.
This is gotta be the one.
Oh, shit.
At least you know Gabe won't fail watch duty the way Luke did. True.
Javi, hurry up.
Yeah, dude, I'm hurrying.
Hey, let's go now.
Oh shit. Vehicle acquired.
The square's a couple of blocks away.
Do you think Conrad and
This is a good
Eleanor are
place to
still
wait.
mad at me?
Do we have enough gas?
I'm not about to turn the engine off again.
What now?
We wait for Ava to call us on the walkie.
So, nothing for us to do but sit and watch the sun come up.
Well, I know we've got something important to do.
Oh,
I'm
Conrad's
teaching you to play euchre.
That's not a real thing.
It's a card game. Come on, it's fun.
It's nice to be driving around with a couple kids in the backseat again.
He's dead.
Really takes you back, doesn't it? Just you and me and Gabe and Mari.
You're right.
Not surprising.
This is nice.
Just
If I just close my eyes, we're right back where we were. All of us together.
Do what I do. Try to think about the nice stuff. Not everything that happened after.
Gotcha.
Oh, come on. That's not even a good rule.
Still gotcha.
Guess he stopped playing it cool with her. In case you haven't noticed, Gabe's got a little crush on Clementine.
Javi!
He likes her.
You dummy!
You get it?
Well, okay, I sort of am.
Kind of amazing, isn't it? That in the middle of all this, they find time to flirt with each other.
No.
Guess it just goes to show.
It's not
You
reciprocated.
stick two people together, something's going to happen between them. I'm just glad it's the good kind of something this time around. It's so normal, you know? Like, as crazy as things get, as terrible and tragic and just plain stupid, there's nothing more wonderfully ordinary as two kids falling for each
I
other.
don't think it's two.
Not that they're there yet. But to feel something that intensely for another person, kind of like the best drug there is.
Hey, the falling in love is the easy part.
It's the staying in love part that'll really mess you up. It's unfair, that's all I'm saying. That they're feeling what they're feeling right now, and when that sun gets a little higher, it's right back to the fight. I just wish he could have had a childhood, you know?
She's not talking about the kids.
I wish I could have given them that. Him and Mari, both. They deserved better than this.
Hey, you did the best you could, Kate. You kept this family alive as long as you possibly could. It counts for a lot.
I hope you know, Javi.
Yes,
Having
Kate?
you there with me, right by my side, all this time. That's what made the difference. You're so sure of what you're doing all this for. You didn't run away. You could have. But you didn't.
I think that's just, who I am, you know? Who I am now, at least.
I get it. There's no graceful way to say this, so I'm just gonna say it.
Yeah, okay, dude.
I know we've had moments, you and I.
Yes, Kate?
And they're always a little hot and a little confusing, and maybe some of them haven't meant anything at all.
No, they have.
But before whatever happens tomorrow happens, I need you to know, whatever this thing is between us, I want to give it a chance. And I know the fact that David is back in our lives now makes this whole thing a little more complicated. But do you feel the same way? I'd really like to know before things get crazy.
Yes!
Let's go for it. We gotta try, right?
Yes!
Oh my god, really?
Really.
So are we gonna... Okay. Yeah. Shit. We're doing this. You do realize we're gonna have a weird conversation with David, right? It's the right way to play this. He already got the sense I was pulling away. I just want to be able to tell him in person. It'll feel better that way.
I don't care what David thinks about us. You shouldn't either.
I was married to the guy. I've been raising his children. He's your brother, Javi. We should care about this.
Whatever. Love his love.
Execution over here. She's planning to hang David in front of the whole crowd.
Oh,
gotta get over
shit.
here now. Don't bring the truck. If they see it, they'll kill him right away.
Oh, shit.
Just get into the square.
Shit. We gotta get over there.
Fuck.
Now.
What's that look from Kate? If we don't and say we did. One more kiss.
I'm going to hang back here with the truck.
Keep the walkie close by. We'll tell you as soon as we've got David.
Good luck.
Nothing else from Ava?
Nope. And it sounds like a crowd out there.
It sounded like Ava got cut off by something. Or somebody. Wish we had some idea of what we're heading into. Like, is the whole plan shot? Or did she just have a little setback? I hate not knowing.
We can't get distracted. I don't know what happened on the other side,
I
but
am
it doesn't
now
change what we
Gabe's
have to
Uncle
do.
Dad.
I just wish we had a little more information. That's all.
We're not gonna know
Dad.
what went wrong until we actually do this thing. So, let's do it already.
You ready?
Ready as I'm gonna be.
Glad to hear it.
Sister wives. I'm your dunkle.
Garcia has to be punished for what he's done.
Dude, Joan
We can't
is
wait for the others,
wildin'.
can we?
For years now, Richmond has been governed by one simple principle. Strong council, strong community. But, unfortunately, the actions of one of the members of that council, our security expert, David Garcia, have put us all
She's
in
lying
danger.
to all of you.
I'm sorry to
Look
have
at
to
her
show you
streak of
this.
hair.
Truly, I am. But you all need to see. Just look what he's done. He murdered these men in cold blood. I saw him murder Lonnie with my own
They got
eyes.
Lingard
Some
up
of
there.
the best men I ever knew.
They got fucking
cut
Lingard
down
up there.
in their prime. Is this who we want in charge? Someone this reckless, this cruel? Not if I have anything to do with it.
Honestly,
Can't believe this
Jones
is really
gotta go
happening.
down.
She's gonna kill him.
Joan has
She
to
can't
go
do this to
down.
him.
Try to keep your cool. Joan's smart, but we're smarter. We just have to be careful.
We can't screw this up, Javi.
Javier! I'd heard you were planning to crash our little party. Why did you come on up here? Show your face to everyone. I'm sure these people would like to hear what you have to say.
Happy to. Been waiting for this all day.
Then I'll try not to disappoint you.
Oh boy, I have to give a speech.
We both know you killed Dr. Lingard. Why, Javi? Why would you do that to us? The only surgeon in a 100-mile radius, but you didn't care about that.
Lingard saw what was happening in Richmond, what you were trying to do, and he didn't want any part of it. He asked me to spare him the sight of all this. You ask me, he's better off.
Sorry if I don't take your word for it. Too bad you killed the only man who could back up your story.
Oh,
I had
shit.
a very interesting conversation with your friend Eleanor last night.
What?
She was the one who alerted us to David's plot against Lingard.
Wait, what?
Isn't that right, Eleanor?
We did.
What?
She said you were coming here today to take me out.
Eleanor, what the
Add
fuck?
to your total. Don't know how you thought you were going to pull it off, considering it's all of us against the three of you.
Eleanor, why did you snitch?
Eleanor doesn't know what she's talking about.
She knew an awful lot of details about how you were going to pull it off. She was happy to share, especially after I promised her she could stay in Richmond.
I can't believe Eleanor did that to us.
Believe it. Here in Richmond, people who put themselves before the group don't last long. Bring them out.
It's fuck Eleanor.
Get away from me.
You're making a mistake.
Dude,
Ava!
Oh no. They had them this whole time.
David wanted to tear this whole place down. He told his people where to
Eleanor,
find our gun
dude.
supply, and sure enough, they picked us clean. You really thought you could ride into town and stage a coup? With our own damn
Oh, this is
weapons?
bad.
Something like that?
Eleanor betrayed Trip, dude.
I can't just let it go. You've put me in a no-win situation here, so I'm gonna do the same thing to you. Both of them deserve to die for their crimes. However, Javi, I'll let you spare one of them. Just one.
No!
Hell no!
Joan! Don't!
Not after what they tried to do. You may be guilty
Stop
of bringing
this.
them into this, but they chose to go along with it.
Is this the kind of leadership you've got in store for Richmond?
Oh.
Torturing people with your stupid power games?
Justice isn't a game, Javi. It's about time you learn that.
Joan, are you sure about
shit!
this? We never agreed to killing all these people.
It's really up to Javi, isn't it? All eyes are on you. Maybe this will help you make up your mind. Boys? Come on, Javi. Who's it gonna be? Your friend or your brother's lieutenant?
What the hell? Oh my god, kill
Oh,
Gabe!
come on! This is fucking stupid.
You can't be serious. God damn you, Joan.
Do the right thing, Javi.
How could you do this?
Trip has to live. He's invaluable.
I'm sorry, Ava.
Javi,
I'm
what the fuck is
sorry,
wrong with you?
Ava.
You're not making David happy. But I respect you for sticking up for your own people.
You
Shoot it.
guys, I
Wait!
ruined his fucking
I said
life.
Trip should live!
You did, but there's something else you need to understand. Betrayal.
You can't do this!
Eleanor, shut
Fucking
up!
figures.
I can do anything I want. You brought this on yourself. Do it.
Shut up!
Joan.
No!
Oh my god. They really shot him.
God damn it.
Now, David, it's your turn.
You guys, I ruined that man's whole life.
I can't believe this. This isn't how we do things. This is madness!
Stop her, Clint! Is this the process you trusted?
No! Think about this, Javi. You know what's gonna happen here. You ready for that?
We don't murder in Richmond. We exile. That's how we've always done things. How about you take David and the rest of your people and just get the hell out? Go far away from Richmond, and then whatever you do
Dude, Joan
is up
is
to you.
fucking
I'm sure the
evil,
herd
man.
outside would like that.
She thinks she's sending us out there to die.
She's counting on it.
Everybody put your guns away! We're gonna handle this peacefully.
Fuck Eleanor, too. Eleanor did do this, too.
Don't listen to them, Javi! They're fucking butchers! All of them! Shoot that bitch! Take her out! She deserves it! If you don't do it, I fucking will! Let me out of here! I'll tear her apart!
I have to, you guys! I have to!
Go to hell, Joan!
Dad!
Oh, shit! Fuck! I was about to say, fuck you, Joan! Oh shit! Fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Scorched earth! I literally was saying, fuck you, Joan! Oh, shit.
Son of a bitch!
Okay, I gotta lock
back
in.
Here.
I gotta lock in.
Gabe, I need you to cover me. We gotta make things right.
Oh, okay. Shit. Okay. Ava, I'm sorry.
Dad, we gotta get out there.
He needs you, not me. Go on.
Thanks.
Honestly, I did not want to hang out with Gabe anymore. Let's go, Clem! Go, Clem!
Shit, I gotta help her.
Gotta save Clem. Got your ass.
We had a way out of this, Javi. Why did you have to go and shoot her?
Because...
Shit, get down!
I hear gunfire. What the hell is going on over there?
Because I had to.
Are you guys okay? Do you need a pickup?
Can't talk. Trying to avoid getting shot.
I can't hear you. It's too loud.
Because fuck Joan. Oh no. Oh no. Take his gas mask. Kill his ass. Oh shit! Oh my god, here comes Kate.
It's Kate. She's coming for us.
Oh shit! Oh no!
Oh god!
Javi, you've got to get over there before...
Not like this. Not like this. Only 41% trying to save Trip. Damn it. I should have known when we had that moment. Damn it! Oh, God, you guys. Okay. Honestly, Eleanor is a snake. Eleanor is a snake. I was right to go for Kate on the Sexo run. Fuck Eleanor. Trip, I'm so sorry, dude. I ruined your whole life. I got your friends killed, / I killed your friends. And then I accidentally got you killed, even though I did try to save your life. 07 Trip. Gabe, still really annoying. Still annoying. Clem, awesome. Clem, the best. Oh, Eleanor did get him killed, that's true, but it was me choosing him. But it was Eleanor's fault. Let's be clear about that. You guys, I think I'm gonna save. I'm going to save the final chapter for tomorrow night. For tomorrow night. You can bribe me, but I will be finishing the chapter tomorrow so that we go out with a bang. Fuck Eleanor. All my homies hate Eleanor. All my homies hate Eleanor too. Honestly, Eleanor is on my list. Eleanor is on my list. Cersei, Joffrey, Eleanor. Cersei, Joffrey, Eleanor. But we go again tomorrow night. We finish up the chapter. We finish it up. What a game. What a game. Really makes you question a lot about yourself. I genuinely am laughing so hard that I was in the middle of saying, fuck you, Joan. I got shot. Nandre, not all of us are degenerates playing until 5 in the morning. Some of us want to go watch TV until 5 in the morning. Is this the clip? Yeah, wait, I gotta watch this before I leave. Oh shit! Fuck! Oh, that's good. That's good. Okay, dokie, you guys. I'm gonna send y'all over to. I'm gonna send you guys over to Mafia Jinx. Send the raid over to Jinx. Have a good night. Have a fabulous evening. Yeah, good stream life balance. Yeah, now I go watch 6 hours of TV. Have a good evening. I will see you tomorrow. Tomorrow will be my last evening stream. Most likely last stream before I get to TwitchCon. Couldn't find the VOD. So who was it that said that they put something in the Discord channel? That they put all of the gaming Houseophobia, right? Was that you who did that? Yeah. Houseophobia put all of the gaming streams or Walking Dead parts in the Discord. Yeah, they are a G. they are a legend for that. So you can go find them there. And they're also in VODs/highlights if you want to dig around there. But I think the Discord will be easiest. And Houseophobia marked all the chapters. Oh, it's Jinx's partner anniversary today. Oh, perfect. We'll go wish Jinx a happy partner anniversary. And hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow.